I'm a little slow today. Okay, I'm ready. Thank you.
I'm going to call this meeting to order. This is our regularly scheduled City Commission and CRA meeting. The date is August 4th, 2026 at 6 p.m. For those that are a little confused, we do this every August. We usually have to adjust our second Thursday of the month. This is not going to be our standard meeting evening. It will return back in September to the second Thursday of the month at 6 p.m. We thank you all for being here. And with that, Commissioner Moore, if you would lead us in invocation, please. Please stand if you are able.
Bow our heads. Dear Heavenly Father, we want to thank you for allowing us to come together one more time. We thank you for your grace and for your mercy. We thank you for our rising on this morning to a brand new day. We just want to give you all the honor and praise because you are worthy. We ask that you be with us this evening. Help us to do those things that will be pleasing in your sight. Help us to do those things that will help our city. And Lord, look upon everyone that is here on today. Have mercy upon the sick and the shut in. Bless us and keep us, oh God. Continue to give us knowledge, understanding, and the ability to do thy will. These blessings we ask in our son Jesus' name.
And pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The meeting started at approximately 6:03. Madam Clerk, will you do a roll call for us, please, with the understanding that Commissioner Burton had asked for an excused absence at our prior meeting.
Yes, ma'am. Commissioner Linda Lloyd,
Here.
Commissioner Lisa Kane DeVito,
Present.
Vice Mayor William B.J. Laurie,
Present.
City Manager Derek Martin,
Here.
City Attorney Donald Holmes.
Here.
Our Finance Director Steve Conklin,
Here.
Mayor Michelle Myers,
I'm present.
Assistant City Manager, CRA Manager Bonnie Loveday. Here. And our City Planner, Mark Corrett.
Here.
And myself, the City Clerk, Sharita Belcher.
We have four. Thank you very much. Okay, with that, I'm going to start with some announcements. So this weekend, we've got the attend karaoke dinner theater that the Plum City Players are working on. They've been working really hard. It's a Midsummer Night's Scheme. I've heard it's a comedy, and it's supposed to be very good. Friday, August 7th, it starts at 6:30 p.m. I was told to get there early because this is a dinner and theater, so it's a dinner theater. Saturday, August 8th, it also starts at 6:30. Admission is $30, and that includes your dinner, karaoke, if you will, and comedy night live. So they've asked that everybody, if they can, to try to purchase your tickets ahead of time, and you can purchase them at the Moose Lodge. Okay. With that, we have one here. Yes, Commissioner DeVito, do you have something to add to that?
I found the one.
Okay, good. So let me finish this, and then we have on our agenda, you'll see that the RIDE solution, thankfully through legislative appropriations, RIDE solution is now backing up and running in South Putnam. It has not been here for several months. It has definitely been, I don't know how we could even describe it, what it is for those that depend on it for their medical needs, and especially with Winn-Dixie being gone, for any of those that have to get some certain groceries that they can't find here currently in town. So there is a schedule you can go on. We've got the bus schedule. They're running, I believe here in South Putnam, believe it's going to be Tuesdays and Thursdays. It's in here, South Putnam route. Yes, Tuesdays and Thursdays from 5 a.m. to 9 a.m. and Monday and Wednesdays from 5 a.m. to 3:45 p.m.
It's just like 9 p.m.
9 a.m. It says 5 a.m. to 9 a.m. So, make sure, I think you can pull this up. You should be able to pull this up online. And, but this is just a really, we thank the legislature for this. We thank the county for continuing to support this, and of course for Ride Solution for sticking with it and making sure that they're here for us. And then Commissioner DeVito, you've got the Women's Club.
I do, I am a member, but I don't have the dates memorized, so I got the Facebook. So first of all, Bunko will be Wednesday, August 19th from 1 to 3 p.m. Costs $6, snacks and drinks. All are welcome, you don't need a reservation. Then Friday, August 21st, dinner and bingo, $20. Doors open at 5. I think they might want a reservation for that. And then the last weekend of the month, there will be a yard sale that will be August 28th. If you're interested in being a vendor, there's a fee for a table. It's Friday, August 28th and Saturday, August 29th from 9 to 3.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And the Women's Civic Association, they have this Saturday from 11 o'clock to 3 o'clock at their building over on 308. They're doing the big backpack giveaway, and they're offering also free haircuts. I believe they have lunch for the children. Is that correct, Commissioner Moore? It's a big event. They usually have music in there, and they have some slightly used items that people have donated to the children that might be of interest to them. But if you have an opportunity, you might want to just stop in. But for the children out there, because school is, we're back in session, and we are so proud. And I don't know how many people have been able to get out to the new elementary school and take a tour. But we here in Crescent City and all of South Putnam should be extremely proud of what's going to be there for our children. And as we said the other day, it's not the building, but it's the educators. But this building is going to give the educators an opportunity to just lift up these children and let them know they can be all they can be, because state of the art will be at their fingertips. So we thank everyone.
No more portable.
And
Portables are really.
And yeah, it's just incredible. The gymnasium is like, just the gymnasium alone for the children, for the elementary school children. I wish I could be there that first day of school, and, just to see their expressions when they walk in that school. The educators have worked so hard to provide for them as best they could in the conditions that, but everything ages out. But I will tell you that they have done an outstanding job with this school, and almost makes me want to be back in elementary school. Almost. So with that, we thank the school district, and we thank everyone, because all of your money went towards this. So it's nice when you can see where your money's going, and it definitely has gone there. Yes, Commissioner DeVito, does anybody have any other announcements that we have?
I don't have any announcements, but I was going to ask for a couple of changes to the agenda.
Okay.
We have a lot of people here, and our usual order of business next would be approval of minutes. But I'm suggesting, since there's so many, that and it's not interesting to most people, that we move it again to after the business items. Is that okay?
And that is my understanding, that we had already decided that the minutes should go towards the back of the agenda, just for that reason, because sometimes our minutes can take up a little bit of time, and so this time it got moved. So thank you for recommending that. I was going to bring that to everyone's attention. So is everyone in agreement with that? So we'll move them to the back. Okay.
Behind business items.
Yes.
And I have 2 requests of things that are not on the agenda that I am hoping we can talk about.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I think we have set tentatively a town hall meeting for Tuesday, September first? Is that, are we still working towards
We
that?
have,
And I'm hoping that we can discuss whatever it is that's going to happen before we leave tonight.
on the September 1st.
Correct.
And I'm not sure, I have sent out several emails, and I know that they're all right now scrambling, trying to get everything done, requesting
Right.
that they send someone, and if they don't, that maybe they could at least do it by Zoom for us. So,
You're talking about the League of Cities.
yes, the League of Cities, I sent one out to Mary Allison and Brenda. And so I haven't heard back, other than the fact that they're out of the office. I got the automatic that they're out of the office. I know you will be seeing them next week, so if you get a chance, please, by all means,
Okay.
ask them about that so that we could do it for the September 1st if they are. If that date doesn't work, then we might have to move it. But for right now, September 1st is what we're hoping for.
So Commissioner Lori and I will be at the League of Cities conference. I don't know about Commissioner Warren, but will you be at the conference in Hollywood? It's a terrible drive.
I don't think, well, with her mom.
Right, I'm sorry. Anyway, so that's our assignment, you're saying for.
Yes, that's your
That's our
assignment.
assignment.
I'm giving you both an assignment.
To secure.
Whoever can accomplish that, I'll make sure you have popcorn at the next meeting.
Okay. And then my second item, and maybe we could talk about this during the city manager's report or at the very end, is just to go over what our expectations are for the budget workshop. Because we have set that for the 25th. Could we add that for,
At the end of
Before
the
we leave.
city managers, yes,
okay,
we'll talk about that.
that's all I have, Ann. Thank you.
And so for those of you that are wondering what the September 1st, for any of you that aren't aware, it's called Amendment 3. And that is the homestead exemption issue that all municipalities, counties, that we're all dealing with right now and trying to plan for. So that will be just an informational, a town hall, so that everyone has a general understanding. There's a lot of misinformation out there, and we certainly don't want to give any information that is not accurate. So we've asked the Florida League of Cities if they would come in and if they could possibly just speak and just give the facts. And that's all we would be doing, would be, of course, sharing the facts with everyone. So, okay. We good? Okay. With that, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to open up public comment. So at this time, we have public comment. Please come forward if you have something that's not on the agenda that you would like to speak to us about. This is an opportunity to share your concerns, your likes, your suggestions, anything that you have, and you have 3 minutes. We ask that you state your name and your address, if you will. Okay. Hello, welcome.
Good evening, Madam Mayor. Excuse me. So my name is Marjorie Godlewski, and I'm actually from Minnesota. I'm taking care of my disabled sister-in-law, and we're looking for a place to call home. We were hoping that Crescent City would be the right location so that she could go fishing, and I could have my business also. We do have a couple of concerns that are pressing. One, the rezoning that's being funded right now, who's funding it? Is that a federal agency or a private agency, or are there any NDAs that are, concerning the zoning?
You're talking about the central business district?
Central Business District.
That's what you're talking about, first, yeah.
Okay, and then the other part was, I don't understand how I can't have a residential living on the lower level, because for me, it would be actually easier to get out in case of fire or emergency, whereas if I'm up on the upper level, especially with her, it'd be very difficult. Is there any?
Does your house fall within the Central Business District? The
So
place
then
that you're
it would-
looking at?
We could get some kind of a permit or exemption, or
Is the place that you're looking at, though, is that within the Central Business District?
it's zoned commercial and residential.
Okay.
So I don't understand a lot of, all I know is that there's a lot of rezoning going on, and then I was trying to get into the offices to get some of your information from your meetings,
Yes, ma'am.
and all the doors are locked. I mean, do you guys have a crime problem or?
We actually don't, thankfully. This door is always locked unless we have a meeting.
Right, because nobody's here.
Right, the next door is locked, and we've asked that you go to the far door, and so you said it was locked?
Well, that one was just where, you could pay your water bill, and then down from there was your license plates that you, or your license that you would get,
That's
and that's locked.
That's a different office. That's the county annex office, and that's in the next building. That's in another building over, 1 block over. But the place where you go to pay your bills, by all means, anytime you need anybody, go in there for the city. That would be your city. To get your licenses, that's gonna be the county.
And then like, if I want to get the minutes of the meeting, is there like a library where I can go through and kind of look at different?
You can request them, but you can also go online. So all of our minutes are online if you go to the city of Crescent City.
But you don't have any library where you can go and,
We have a library, and you can pull it up on the computer there, or you can speak to our clerk. You can go to the office
and you do that?
and ask to see the clerk and see if she can get you a copy of the minutes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Absolutely, and the gentleman right there, Mr. Mark Corrett, he is our city planner, our contracted city planner. He would be the best person for you to speak to about the concerns that you have with the rezoning.
Okay,
And we hope you and your sister decide to join us here in Crescent City.
I do too. I mean, I love the city. I was just kind of surprised that the main street was so empty of shops.
And that's one of the reasons we're looking at the central business district, to do the rezoning to make it able to,
Because I kind of like, I like that idea of being able to walk, throughout the area.
that's,
Kind of go to my hairdresser and maybe, a jeweler or maybe, a little boutique or something. I don't know.
that's what we're trying to do.
That's what we're trying. And it used to be back in the day, it was like that. It was a very walkable community, and we're trying very hard to bring that back. And to live in this area right here is very convenient to a lot, so.
So there are no federal grants that you can actually rely on right now for any of that?
Well, we're doing the best we can. We're looking into everything that's available,
Yeah,
that's available to us.
Okay,
But if you have any suggestions, by all means, this is our city manager, you can speak to him as well,
yes.
to Derek, so.
Yeah. Very nice. Thank you very much.
Oh, absolutely, thank you. Okay, do we have anybody else? Okay, if I see nobody else come forward, we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna close public comment at this time. And with that, we have on here the presentation by the South Putnam Christian Service Center. There's a funding request, and this comes under our community portion that we have in our budget. So does anyone have, I'll entertain a motion.
Okay, I believe, Mayor, we have a letter in our packet. I don't know if they understood they were supposed to be here. But I would move that we, make a donation to the South Putnam Christian Service Center, in response to their request in the amount of $500, from the aid to private organizations.
I'll second that.
Okay, so we have a proper motion for a donation to the Christian Service Center, which is, we have done this in the last few years, for the amount of $500. Proper motion in a second. Do we have any discussion, Commissioner Moore? Any comments? Yes.
I just wanted to say they have a letter in our packets that say how many people they serve. It's a considerable amount. They send us a report every year with numbers. They do quite a bit of private fundraising. They have a golf tournament at the Oaks. They actively seek donations from individuals and from companies. And to sum it up, I think the economy is worse. I just saw that somebody I know who has a job posted online today that they had gone for the very first time ever to the South Putnam Christian Service Center for food. And of course, they say in their letter that without Winn-Dixie, they no longer a donor entity. So
Right.
it's needed.
When Dixie has always been a very big supporter, and as a matter of fact, Miss Kitty was here when we honored Larry. She was one of the first ones, and they actually gave a lot towards his gift. For those of you that, they do a great service. They're here on Tuesday mornings. I believe they start about 10 o'clock, and they go till about 1 o'clock, I believe,
Right.
somewhere
10 to
along
1.
that. 10 to 1, right over here at the Presbyterian Church. On South Prospect Street. Also, in your billing, for those that would like to help them additionally, there's an opportunity when you pay your bill. And we do collect money for that too, for those people that would like to round up and give that way. And the community actually has been pretty generous with that. So that's but anything we can do to support them, because they do feel a need here that is much needed. So thank you. With that, Ms. Sharita, if you would please do a roll call for us, please, for the $500 donation to the Christian Service Center.
Yes, ma'am. Commissioner Moore,
Aye.
Commissioner DeYoung,
I,
Vice Mayor Lori,
Aye.
Mayor Myers.
Aye.
So approved.
Okay, thank you. So we're going to move on to the sheriff's office, but the sheriff is not here at this time. Are you going to do it? How are you?
I'm waiting to see an email. I'm supposed to send it over
Okay.
and to see if we can do it. We have to probably run back to it.
And that's fine too. I know with the change in schedule.
Yeah.
And so anyway, so at this time, if everyone is okay, we're going to skip over the sheriff's office report. I'm going to close out our recess, this current meeting, and open up our CRA meeting. At this time, it is approximately 6:27. Okay, so y'all are up.
Thank you.
Oh, it's on, y'all. It's on you. Can't put it on.
Very good. Are you going to click it
Oh, yeah,
from up there?
yeah.
Okay. Let me see. Okay.
Are you ready?
Is it super camera?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Today we're going to look at the central commercial CRA projects. I've given y'all a handout already, so I'm gonna go ahead and get started while we're getting the slideshow up. The first one is 512 Central Avenue. It's for a roof replacement. The owner has been provided with the SHPO guidance.
Mhm.
He said that the project is gonna maintain historic character. He's making a significant personal investment. The future of retail space, eatery, Airbnb, and boutique, that's what he would like to have there. The lowest bid was $37,500, and the maximum grant award is $20,000, and we're recommending this to come out of ARPA.
The remaining ARPA funds that we have available.
Yes.
Okay. For any of you that, if you would, as you go through here, if you would kind of describe, I know we've got the addresses, but for somebody in the audience or listening, just describe the,
This is the building that's straight down across from the thrift store at the very end on the right-hand side. It's two
Central.
buildings, A and B.
Okay.
And,
That was the question.
he would like to do the roof on there so it stops getting rain in there. He has had to get a lot of,
He has, there's rain in there, and so it's really
He had
affected
to
the
get a
rafters.
storage unit for all the toilets and sinks and things like that that were in there. He has received the information to do part one of the,
Got a tax rate. There you go. Sorry.
oh yeah, there it
That
goes.
was- You have to make it clear.
The second one. This building here. So while he's working on the building, he would like to do the first side first, the smaller one first, and then run out the first smaller side to the left.
Should be able to drive it.
Okay.
Do we have any questions about this?
Yeah.
You want to go back to that, please?
Mayor, I
There you
just
go.
have
Got
one.
it?
Yeah, because as we go through these, let's go ahead and address any questions we have about them while they're up here, so that we don't have to.
Well, this is really for the whole commission and, Bonnie or Ms. Loveday can correct me if I'm wrong, or Commissioner Lori. My concern is, this is one of our, historic buildings on Central Avenue. And, our CRA manager and Commissioner Lori and I just got back from the Preservation on Main Street conference. And I focused on the historic tax credit process and the guidelines, because we are supposed to only make grants for historic projects when the historic character of the building is being maintained. And the way the process works is they really want you to submit your application for guidance before you start making the changes. In fact, one comment by Rick Gonzalez, the architect, who is our architect, is if you have to put a tarp on a roof until you submit your plan, they said, do not just start demoing. If you have a building, don't just start doing things. Submit your request for approval for your plans. And for this building, the historic tax credit is only for commercial buildings. And I would think it would be very important for this particular building, because they're looking at future rental space, restaurant, or Airbnb or boutique. The federal tax credit is 20% for qualified changes over 5 years. That's very significant. So,
So before you go any further, Bonnie, do you want to address that? Because I believe he looked into that and he declined. Did he decline?
At first, he did, but then he did receive the information and he is filling out part one
Okay, so-
of the, he sent it to Elena, from Elena Coast.
Yes.
So he is looking into it.
Okay,
Right.
so Gio is looking into it.
Yes, he is.
Okay,
right, but Mayor, my concern is that we ask him to show the approval from the SHPO for what he has planned before he starts doing it. And we have time, because the ARPA money needs to be spent, by the end of the year, right? If you have a roofer lined up, if any changes need to be made. And the other thing we learned is that adaptive reuse is an art, not a science. I think one of the other applicants was here wanting to know what the exact rule is. And one of the things we learned is that everything is put in context. They know you have to be able to meet the building codes. It depends on what's going on around you. But anyway, the main thing is, if we are going to keep to our requirements, and as well, these requirements are replete throughout our comp plan. I was just looking at our comp plan, and there's an overarching, says cities shall provide protection to historically significant areas and structures. And then there's a number of policies. So I would hope that we require him to document that whatever change he wants us to fund is approved by the state historic preservation officer.
He is still waiting on the structural engineering report, so for the trusses, but right now he just wants to make sure that it doesn't have any more damage in there by replacing.
Right, but they said specifically you are not supposed to re-roof. You're supposed to put on a tarp while you submit your plan.
If he started and he's filling out his part one, then there's no reason we can't go ahead and approve this pending that.
Well, that's
So-
what I'm saying, that we don't fund it, we
Well,
can approve it
if,
pending the proper approval from the State Historic Preservation Office.
but what if he decides that he does,
Does not want to do
that he does not want to get the tax credit, that he just wants to get this done? Right now, he's trying to secure this building.
Okay,
We're so fortunate that somebody bought the building and they're actually doing something that has been sitting here for years,
Right.
dilapidating.
yeah,
And
I understand that, but we want to preserve our historic district, and you do that by asking people to consult the State Historic Preservation Office. He doesn't have to take the tax credit if he doesn't want it, but he can apply to them for the guidance on how to make the changes.
okay, so I'm gonna go to our city manager, who I asked to make sure that you spoke to the people when you were there on the city. And so about, especially this one about the roof. And so please share with us what your takeaway was from him.
I mean, the takeaway, the state, first of all, said that they don't get involved. They don't get involved on what people do. People can do what they want to do. Depends on what they do, is if they get the credit, if they're interested in going through the paperwork. The state also said that other cities, set up separate funds for specialized historic areas, that when people go in and we have these type of, needs, that the city can also help pitch in. Those are other cities that do, they have different funds, that they've set that up over time. In regard to this particular property, it is totally up to the owner, and the last time I heard that he was not, in favor of moving forward with the state and getting credits. This is the first time that I've heard that changed tonight.
He just emailed me today for the application, the first part of it, because it was hard to open from the website, so I was able to send it to Rick and, Mr. Funds, yeah.
And one thing that they said too is it's just every individual property and project is separate ordeal. And they feel that the owners need to reach out to them for guidance, but they do not set in stone or tell people, dictate what to do. And that was my takeaway.
Oh, okay. They are not the police. We are the ones charged with maintaining the character of a historic district, which, by the way, I remember that you spoke of Nancy Harris after her passing and talked about how visionary she was. This historic district was her creation. My takeaway from the conferences are keeping your historic district, keeping the integrity increases the overall value of the individual buildings and the town. The state is, no, they're not going to make anyone do anything, but they will provide the expertise. And we have in our comprehensive plan all kinds of statements that we will do everything we can to maintain our historic district. You don't have a historic district without contributing structure. So for Geo and 512 Central Avenue, he has the ability to fill out the application with the State Historic Preservation Office, and they will give him guidance on what his roof should look like. And they are used to helping people. That's what they do. They love this. They want people to be successful in adaptive reuse. Actually, I wish we had done the conference review first. We sat through slide after slide of beautiful renovations of buildings that were almost destroyed, that have turned out to be beautiful, valuable, increase the property values around them, and focal points for their town. So I think it's in our policy that we are not supposed to fund changes that take away historic characteristics. And I don't think it's too much to ask that people just apply for the guidance. I think it's key to maintaining our historic district.
If I may, Mayor,
Yes.
you jogged my memory, and I appreciate it, thank you. I remember talking specifically with Mr. Acosta about this property, because the roof is a flat roof and because it's not visually seen from the road. he was specific that best practices are used for items like this, that it has to fall within, of course, the Florida Building Code. Then he brought up about, there's a historical building code as well. But the parapet or the coping would have to be unchanged. The roof section, that's not anything that we should be.
Well, that was my next question. So
Right.
from a historical standpoint, what kind of a roof is he supposed to put on this? Because it obviously is a flat roof.
Correct, and they want best practices for the building, so if he's wanting to put in a type of roof that is, I forget, I'm sorry, EVPM, I forget the flat white roofing is the rollout, that's typically what you do on flat roofs. Best practices would be to save the building, which would be putting in the best roofing section. I wouldn't say that going back 150 years would be the best roofing section compared to technology we have today, but I wouldn't touch the coping. That's the historic characteristic, but we can't see what's on top of the roof, and I had talked to him about that, and that's where he said, we don't dictate that. Okay, so that's what we discussed.
Okay, but my concern is if you don't have instructions in writing and you don't have the specific guidance, these aren't issues that we can solve here today. Like another applicant kept saying, well, what do I do? What do I do? We're not the people. You have to send them the photos. They will ask probably for the building, for the context, and they will give him the guidance. And then he will have it. And then the worst thing that can happen, because I've been through this with people who want to work on my house, is you hire a contractor who doesn't understand the importance of coping. It's just very important to do your paperwork, get your expert instructions, and then you can move forward with confidence, and then people won't come through later and say, gee, this would have been a very nice area, but they screwed up all the buildings. And that's already happened in Crescent City.
And
So-
Yes, Commissioner.
so to me, it seems like at this point, we're talking about the grant. And if they've already applied or asked for the application to apply for the SHPO, whether they go forward with the federal tax credit or not, they're at least asking for the advice of the SHPO at this point. So they're at least interested in continuing the historic character of this building. So as far as I can see, if we give them the $20,000, they're going to use that for that purpose. And being that it's a flat roof, being that it's not a roof that you can see, it's not they'll put a pitched roof on this or something like that would obviously change the character of the building, then it'll be fine. My biggest thing is we've talked about these grants forever. We need to get this money doled out and let things happen, because we're not gonna meet again for another month, and that's just 1 month closer to the end of the year, and that ARPA money expired. So do we need to do each one of these separately, or are we just gonna go through them?
We're just gonna go through it, and at the end, I'll entertain a motion.
Okay.
So I think what we also need to think about, I just went to an old historic town. Spent a week there last week. And the buildings, I took notice of the buildings. And they've done an outstanding job with trying to keep the characteristic of a historic building. But I did notice that they've had to go in and do things, such as the front doors. They're not the original front doors, but they've tried to do it the best they can. And I think at some point we have to have some, all I hear is that, why are we not filling Central? You even stated that, why is there not something on Central Avenue? Well, this is a prime example. Here, somebody has invested, they're buying this building, we are trying to help them, but they're gonna have to jump through a lot of hoops. And at some point, somebody, they just give up and they're gonna take their money somewhere else. And I think we have to kind of find a balance here, that we're thankful that somebody wants to invest. I've been sitting here for almost 6 years, just hoping somebody would want to invest on Central Avenue and to make Central Avenue a walkable community, just like with what we're trying to establish with this rezoning, to where there are places where you could go, to where when people come and visit, that there are interesting shops and eateries, and we've we've just got to figure out a way, we've got to figure out to find a balance. So if he's trying to do that and he wants to try to follow those guidelines, we thank him for that. But I think at some point, there's gonna come a time when they can't do that because it's gonna be cost prohibitive for what they're wanting to do. And we have to just make sure that we have some flexibility here to understand that what's the benefit of, if they're going to keep the look of the building, if they're gonna do all they can, is it more beneficial to us to waive some of this and allow them to go in and do that with that understanding, or continue to hold them to a strict standard? So I just think that as we go forward, that's all I've got to say.
But Mayor, the standards are not necessarily that strict, and if we don't require people to get the expertise and the recommendation, then we're really just throwing up our hands and saying, do whatever you want to do, and if we let one person just do whatever they want to do, then half the buildings will be gone, just like on South Main Street.
Well, they can do whatever they want to do, but
But
we
we're
should be
funding
we should
it.
be incentivizing
Right.
them doing the right thing, which is what I was
Exactly.
saying. If they're already applying for the ship out, they're going through the process properly, that to me is encouraging. So they're at least interested. So instead of us sitting here and trying to slow it down, we need to be trying to help them.
And he needs a roof, because if he doesn't get a roof, it's gonna be just like the Miller building that was right here in the middle that is no longer here because the roof
Okay, well, they
collapsed. So
addressed that.
so
They
I'm
addressed
just
that,
saying,
and I had a tarp on our house after Irma for 9 months, and it protected our house. It was just fine, and they will give him an answer. But
and that's an expense too. I mean, you have to remember, that's
I
a
know.
big building, so that's a big
It's a flat
tarp.
roof, it's a
And
very
it's a
different.
flat roof, and that's very different, so when you've got that water pooling, anyway, let's move on. If you would, let's go to the next building.
Okay, this is Mr. Bowles' house, this is across the way right here. He is working with Austin Historical, they came yesterday and, evaluated his windows and gave him a quote of $21,000. He is prepared to pay the difference, just to get the windows restored
Okay, so
for
he's
the
gonna,
11 windows.
so he's gonna keep them and they're gonna restore them.
A standard restoration and clean the glass as best as they can.
That's great.
Some of the glass, my understanding is gonna have to be replaced, and they were gonna replace the glass.
That doesn't count with this $21,000 quote.
The glass does
No,
not.
they're just gonna clean it.
Well, no, he said yesterday when he was in there that some of that glass would have to be replaced.
For the Heritage with the new glass, it's gonna be $40,000.
Anyway, so,
So I'm
So he's
confused.
he's going with the $21,000 quote, and he can pay the difference.
Okay,
He can pay the difference. He can't do the $40,000 one, because if he gets the $20,000 grant,
okay.
from the,
but the point is that Austin Historical is restoring the windows instead and
Yes,
yes.
replacing them with
And
vinyl
he-
windows.
and he's also gonna put in for another grant next year to possibly replace the glass if that's something that needs to be done.
Great, well, that's wonderful, that's a success. Let's hope he continues going forward. And you said that he is
He's already put in part
pursuing
one.
the federal, okay,
Yes, he
Good.
has.
great. Then that's a perfect project for that. Okay.
Any other questions on
Um,
Okay.
that? Okay, this is, 2 South Summit Street. The request is $12,000 for painting. The
Go ahead, Bonnie.
The quote also has some additional repairs that they're going to do. This is the building right across the street from here. She would like to rent it out as a coffee shop, bakery, smoothies. She wants to get some tenants in as soon as possible. She has some ideas of the color scheme that she'd like to do. She said she doesn't really care what colors they are. As long as she just wants it painted. I have some colors here, if anybody wants.
Mayor, I have a question
Yeah.
about that, and
She said two
Mr.
colors.
Correct is here.
Hmm.
May I ask Mr. Correct a question? don't we have for the downtown, for the CRA or the historic district, don't we have architectural standards that include colors?
Yeah, the answer to your question is yes.
Okay, so in other words, instead of us approving colors, isn't that supposed to go before planning and zoning or the city manager or you to see whether it fits into the standards that we have? How does this work when we have?
Yeah, it does depend what they're doing in terms of how their entry point is into the process. So usually they end up dealing with me if they're expanding the building, and then, I go through those things with them. But yes, we can work with,
We don't
well, I
know.
know, I don't remember what you said the name of the,
Oh, Mrs. Mel.
yeah, so we can work with Ms. Malky and I'll get with you. And there's probably a number of things that we need to talk about in terms of just rules and regulations and kind of, help these two programs, work together.
Just please promise me it won't be beige.
She wants something bright because she's,
I would know.
I mean, I love what she did, the one up on, up there. I mean, it's just, it's
It's life.
it's life. It just brings life to it and
It's life between the legs.
so please make sure that, I'm just pleased that she provided a color palette that she's interested in, so. And so that's only $12,000 is what she's asked, and that will take care of, will that take care of all of the exterior painting?
that will take care of all of the exterior painting and some repairs and door adjustments.
And, a lot of those colors, yes. Gorgeous, my house is that color. So does this include also the back building? The little building in the back? Does that include the back building? She has, there's a separate building in the garden behind.
On exterior building and outbuilding, yes, it does.
Okay, so and you verified with all of these, that their licenses are in good
Yes, I did.
standing with DDPR?
Yes, I did.
You have any
Okay.
questions?
I do. So, when we did the field trip and we visited all the applicants, I think a concern that some of us had was that the building is pretty much kind of a shell. And so I'm wondering, is it really appropriate to paint it first? Because there really wasn't much there besides a metal exterior. Is she going to spend the rest of the money to build it out? Wouldn't you build it out first and then paint it?
Not necessarily,
No, ma'am.
no.
If I may, Mayor?
Yeah.
So the plan is to get the building aesthetically pleasing. She's going to, and already has several people that are interested in the space. As someone who's going to rent those spaces out, she is going to have those companies do the internal build outs for what they need. So she doesn't constrain the type of business. She's open to several different businesses that would, that would help our area, of course, and complement the central business district. So that's the plan. That's what we've been discussing from this whole startup process.
And that's very typical. I don't know if you've ever done any commercial lease spacing, but oftentimes, especially in plazas, you'll see the plaza and it's all painted. You walk up there and you look in the window and it's a dirt floor. And so the bill out is up to the tenant to take care of. So that's pretty much what she's going to be, that's her plan.
That's our
That's
plan.
her plan.
Okay, but it just seems like it's a little risky. What I saw, yeah, when you go to a plaza, but there's a building with walls and electricity and plumbing. There's no walls, it's just a metal shell.
There's limited electricity and plumbing in that
There's no
facility.
bathroom.
Yes, there is. There's a
Yeah.
bathroom. There's a bathroom in
Yes, there
there. It's
is.
not ADA compliant, but there is a bathroom in there.
I'm just saying, anyway,
There's a
I'm a little worried that, so how many supposedly each,
She wanted to
Five or
put
six.
two businesses, she wanted to divide it into half,
okay.
and,
It's really pretty, I mean,
yeah, I've had a lot of people asking about that, everybody always asking about that building, they wanna rent it out.
And I believe it was on the previous slide, but just as a reminder, and I wanna make sure that you do it on the slides, let them know which ones are targeted and historical. This one here is,
Okay, this is
is targeted building.
right,
Obviously. Okay.
and it sits right here at the center of town, and I think just to get it painted, that would be, you know, because if I was leasing a space right now, that would not be a place that I would be looking at just based on the exterior. So hopefully she'll get some responses. I know the one gentleman that was gonna do it, it was at one point before her, was really pretty, cool what he was gonna do. He was gonna have, you know, an eatery in there, and he was gonna have the bar tap, you know, where you go and you tap your arm and you can go in, you can fill up your glass for whatever you want to fill it up with, and it was really pretty, a neat experience, the way he had it, that it was gonna roll up the doors. So hopefully she'll get some takers. I know she's really eager to get it leased. Thank you.
This is 429 Central, replacement of the steps, $7,500. Maximum allowable grant is 20. It is targeted. Historic, I'm sorry, historic. The owner is updating the exterior, which should be done within the next 60 days. He's got his permits, he's got his existing business, and also plans an Airbnb. Contractor D&J McDaniel Construction, verified active.
And you're recommending to use ARPA funds for this?
Yes.
Okay, does anybody have any questions on this one?
Make some statements.
Yes, sir.
Yes, please.
If you'd like to, absolutely, please come forward. Thank you for being here this evening.
This is what it steps.
If you could state your name and address.
Ron Miller, 431 Central Avenue, Crescent City, Florida. Very grateful to the committee for approving $18,000, replacing all the windows, at least for the front part. We'd already replaced others in the back. That did not cover everything. There was quite a few more expenses beyond that, repairing the wood and that sort of thing. It's been sitting there for a long time, but we didn't want to do a piecemeal. We wanted to do the stucco all at one time. We're at that point right now. We're very close to do that. Matter of fact, I just had the county inspector come look, make sure everything's good to go on that. So, you know, it would certainly be a help for the stairs, and that would be appreciated. I will have to get with the, find out what colors are available, because we will be picking out colors this weekend, and we didn't want to do tan either, so.
Thank you.
So you gotta, we'll get with the appropriate person. But, I would really like to put that, now, all the estimates, and that was the lowest, all the estimates were for wood. I would really like to put a steel walkway there. That actually was replaced about 10 years ago.
Really?
So that, yeah,
That was.
oh yeah, yes, and we painted it, and it looked very nice. I got pictures. So it, the sun tears it down pretty quick, because it gets that one sun and beats down. Anyway, just to speak out on that. But anyway, that's where we're at on it. I know there was concern about finishing up the stucco again. We're very close on that. It was a matter of funding, and so we have that funding now, and we'll be getting contacted. Any other questions that you might have from me?
Anybody have any questions? You said that with steel, what were you?
I would like to do steel, but I had none of the estimates I had brought in were steel, but it was a very short time. The one fellow that's in the area that I could get that, I couldn't get to him, you know, in that time. I would prefer steel, And I don't know we can do about that at this time, but I'd have to get a price on that.
Okay.
I would be willing to kick in money, because I think steel's gonna last a lot longer. Again, these stairs were replaced not all that long ago, 10, 12 years back.
Because we all went out there and I mean, you can tell.
They're in bad shape.
They're all.
Yeah, it's,
It's.
and,
Yeah, but that, you're
there's
right.
definitely,
That's
they'll hold the weight, but, anyway.
So that's something we need to talk about. If, but also, I just want to say, compliment you, thank you. I went in the inside,
Oh, yes.
downstairs, and,
Yes.
and they said that was your handiwork and that you
We,
did a really nice job in there.
and downstairs, upstairs, we put a lot of time and effort into the building.
Yeah.
What you don't see is, the backside of it is now a warehouse. Structurally, we had to do that one whole side wall, everything was gone. So we had to tear that wall out. Anyway, a lot of work over the years, and, we're really looking forward. I think the building's gonna really shine once we get this stuff going here. I'm excited about it.
We
I
are,
thank you guys.
but thank you.
All right.
Okay, this one is 404 Central, to replace the sign and some of the siding. We were unable to get any quotes for this one. The owner did say that he was prepared to do a 50% match if he gets a $10,000 grant on it.
And that's gonna cover sign, hardware, and removal of some of the facade that's rotted, and the materials will be purchased through his hardware.
He also said that he probably won't be starting any work until the fall because it's too hot.
October, possibly October.
Okay, Mayor, so I have a question about that. So this is, by the way, thank you, I like the way this is organized. All the ARPA funded projects are first, so we can see which ones they are, and hopefully they come out to the right amount. I'm sure y'all added them. What was I gonna ask? So if it's ARPA funds, we have to have them spent by the end of the year. I mean, if he doesn't start till October, can he get it completed so that we can cut the checks by
Yes.
December?
We've talked about that, and him and I had a direct conversation on that, and yes, ma'am, it can be taken care of.
Okay, and then my other question is, this is in the historic district and the CRA. Should Mr. Boldrick also be consulting with Zeb Cohen about the architectural color guidelines? There's
The
gonna-
signs do have to go through.
Right, the signs, but also the siding, I would assume, whatever painting or colors.
He's gonna change the colors, there's some regulations associated with that based on the.
Okay, and
And we'll make
that's,
sure we follow the guidelines.
okay. All right, there's what?
It's duck.
A duck?
A duck with ducklings, crossing 17 right there.
Oh, no.
Come on,
Well, I
sorry.
can't
Oh.
look. Oh, my God.
Oh, somebody go out there, somebody, please go out there and make sure that they get okay.
Just got one more lane.
Oh, God. Sorry, I did not mean to.
No, thank you.
I think I know you. It's duckling season. They've been, I saw them either it's the same ducks or there's more than one duck family.
I'm sure, maybe they're coming to visit you.
I don't know. Well, they didn't stop at my house, they just walked on by.
Sorry, I just.
So we will reconvene when we know they're safe.
Oh, folks, if you wonder why I look like that, it was because just as they left the lane closest to us, a car went by at about 40 miles an hour and missed the whole family of little ducklings by about this far. It would not have been very nice. And we have a picture window to,
Okay, so let's continue with Ace Hardware. And again, I'm sure if anybody can get this done in a timely fashion, it would be the gentleman that has all the lumber here in town.
Yes.
So I feel very confident that he'll get this taken care of.
And I'm just happy that
Yeah.
he has applied. I mean,
Yeah.
he is the centerpiece basically of the side of Central Avenue. And it's been a while, and I've talked to him every time I see him about redoing the front of the store. And I think it'll be great, especially just to fix the A that's missing.
He's got and he has a lot on him right now with the Fruitland store.
Right.
And with, so I'm very pleased that he's willing to do this at this time. So,
And we're very happy to help.
That was all my questions, and the reason I asked about the timetable though is because, these people are very business oriented, they follow their own timetable, and I don't know that, you just have to make sure.
that's her job. That's her job, right? To make sure. That's her job to make sure that it gets done. Everybody safe?
Yeah,
Mostly,
mostly.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great.
sorry.
That's okay. Okay, let's move on to the CRA funded project.
311
Sure.
North Summit. Yeah.
Mom's great. One baby's died.
Does she have how many left?
The other two, no.
She got two. So just one.
This is 311 North Summit. The idea here is to repair the one side of the driveway and to add another space. We just got an extra quoted today, and it was for $5,000. She's eligible for $5,000 with no match. This is the hair salon.
Do we have any questions on this?
No, I guess my only question would be, is it, so they're gonna keep the concrete driveway?
Yes,
There's no repair.
They're gonna repair it and expand it for a few more spaces, up to about 500 square feet of new concrete.
My
500 square feet, yes.
only concern is making sure that, they're meeting the, whatever the pervious and impervious, lot
Lot coverage.
coverages. And I know it's kind of weird considering it's a commercial and residential, I don't know. I just want to make sure that she doesn't pave that whole park, or that front yard, because all the water's gonna wash off onto the, Highway 17. We're taking that into consideration. Okay.
This one is 11 North Lake Street. These are the apartments down
Yeah.
at the end of the road across
I
from Three
recognize that
Bananas.
address.
Is to replace the 6 windows on the south side of the building.
Okay.
The lowest bid was $5,135 for the 6 windows, and she's prepared to pay the difference if she can get the $5,000 with no match.
It says that the windows are nailed shut.
That's the wrong side of the building.
Would you, I'm sorry, can you, if you would come forward.
Did I put the wrong side up? It's okay.
There's the north side.
the same.
Yeah.
It's the other side of the
I was
building.
thinking-
Hi,
my name is
Zinnia Sanchez, owner of 11 North Lake Street, Crescent City, and it is the other side of the building. Previous owners had their roll-up windows, the Miami roll-up windows, and I'm assuming because at some point they all broke, they nailed them all shut, so they wouldn't have to replace them. So, the tenants are able to open the front windows and the back windows, but the bathroom window or the side windows, which is all on the side, they can't open them.
And so you're talking about, it is the south side of the building though?
The other
Yes.
side.
So that faces three.
Faces Central.
Yes, because this is my side where I live on the bottom, and at some point, those windows were updated to a different type of window than the Miami roll-up windows, so they're not shut, nailed shut, they open and they function. So I figured, okay, the one that really needs it for safety is the other side. So But it is the other side, not that side.
2017.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have any other questions on this project? That would require a permit from the county on,
More than
so
one
just,
window.
you'll make sure, yes, more than one window, so just make sure that with any of these, you're gonna make sure and follow through, correct, and helping with the permitting?
Yes.
Okay, because the permitting is gonna take time if any of them are requiring that.
Like for like, that shouldn't do that.
Huh?
I said it should be like for like, right? If you're replacing the windows, so it shouldn't take too long.
It's still a process.
It's still, you still have to get
Yeah.
approval.
And it depends on the type of permit, they're a little bit, I wouldn't say behind it, some projects take a little bit more time than others. The ones that we have should be fairly quick.
And oftentimes the window company, so I don't know who's is the window company that she's working with, oftentimes they'll do their own permitting.
Yeah, they do it.
Through the county, so they'll do it on her behalf. They'll do it on her behalf as a contractor. So. Okay,
This is 113 North Summit Street. The sale is pending on this. It was Mr. Peacock's
Yeah,
place.
furniture store.
It was the furniture store, and he's selling it to
So they laundromat,
the
maybe.
laundromat, yeah, Point-O-Matic laundromat. So she would like to put in her laundry business into this building. She needs to upgrade the electrical and the plumbing. We got electrical bids. The low bid for the electrical was $21,600. Max allowable award is $20,000. The electrical contractor's been verified active.
But this one, we're recommending for next year.
yeah, what are we recommending? What is your
I'm recommending it
recommendation?
for next year, but just because the sale is not complete yet.
Okay. Do you know when the sale is going to be complete?
She said at the end of August. It's just taking longer than she thought it would.
So she made application and not the current owner.
The current owner made the application,
Okay,
but she's been working with him to buy it, and, you know, it's her idea to make it into a laundromat. But Mr. Peacock put in the application.
right, so they put in the application, so that's who we would be dealing with at this time. So-
Yes.
And, okay,
And the layout of the electrical design schematic was collaborated between the two parties, and that's how we came up with the $21,000 figure.
okay,
The lowest bid for it.
They're working together.
But we are recommending this,
Um,
and we are recommending this for the next cycle.
I don't think it was yours. I don't think it was.
so my question is with her wanting to get in there and open up, how is this gonna impact? You don't have any timeline from anybody?
For her to open up the business unit?
Yes,
Oh, well, she's trying to get it as soon as possible, but she just needs money for the plumbing. She's trying to get this loan, and so I don't know how all that's,
so,
you know, how it's,
It's still a long time frame.
well,
It's at least 3 to 6 months at best. At best.
okay,
she wanted it sooner though.
Realistically,
Okay.
She's trying to go as fast as she can. She's working with several contractors.
well, she won't be able to do anything until she gets the electrical. With what she's putting in there. So with whatever she does, this is going to, just so everybody knows, with whatever she's going to do, I would assume this is going to stall her from going forward with her plan at some time.
Yeah.
So, when do we feel like you're gonna be ready to start the new cycle?
Bonnie and I both talked about this. We would like to have a workshop with the commission and see what the process is gonna be this year, but we'd like to start in October, November for this next cycle. I mean, get on the road and hit the pavement, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's just keep in mind that you started on this in March
Correct,
and we're in August.
right.
So the amount of time that it takes to get the applications in, to get everybody educated, so just keep that in mind and,
We have built a backlog, which you'll see some others recommending for next cycle. However, there was several applicants that had already opted out or pulled their grants and said they wouldn't be in the next cycle. So we've counted that in our budget for this year, or this next FY, for the CRA and look forward to putting those out. But we'd like to start the process November, and if we can start that, then that gets us into working sometime in January, February, starting, just instead of
How much-
starting in March
where's-
or May.
Steve, how much are we estimating that we would have in the next budget cycle for CRA dollars?
They're including,
In the central, it's about $90,000 this year for redevelopment grants.
and
I don't have the
red lines.
totals for you, but I know the central, what we're dealing with
It's
now, about
$90,000.
$90,000. And I do know of some current businesses that are active businesses here that are looking to do some major renovations and other additions to their businesses, so we have that already to go.
Okay.
It's a lot more money.
Okay, this is 315 North Summit.
Oh, yeah.
She's asking for a roof replacement. The max allowable grant is $5,000 or up to $10,000 with a 50% match. This is Alice's design studio. She did not have the full 50% match. She does have 25%. Sotelo Roofing came in with the lowest quote for $12,600, verified active. We're recommending her to apply for next cycle.
And that's getting the quotes too. because
Yeah.
This will be correct.
This is 111 North Summit. This is the old music store.
Mhm.
The owner intends to make part of the building retail, part a gym. He's actively working on the interior of the building. The low quote was by Jack's Builders out of St. Augustine. The eligible CRA grant amount of $20,000 for flooring. The low quote was $35,855, and the owner is prepared to pay the difference.
How many square feet are you talking
It
about?
is
Yeah, it is big, it is a big building.
4,560 square feet.
And do you know what kind of flooring they were looking at?
4,608.
4,608. Do you know what kind of flooring they were looking at putting in there?
Yes. Hi.
Hi.
Here, come forward, please.
Hi. Thank you.
And you can state your name and your address.
All right, TJ Gonzalez, address 111 North Summit Street. And the other building also 2620 US 17. Yes, the floors would be half carpeted tiles and the half would be the LVP for the retail side.
Okay.
Yeah, and I was also wondering about the building behind me. Is that a historical building behind me?
Yes.
Are those, is it for sale?
No, but the city owns it. We're actually working on, we just got plans drawn up to fix it,
Okay,
to rebuild it.
no problem. Yeah, everything's costing a lot. I have to do the electrical, I have to redo everything on that one. The ducting, it's got new air handlers, but there's no ducting at all. So everything's been just, so any little thing would help with the flooring, because as they said, it's within the age where there's asbestos, so it has to be encapsulated. So that's why they're.
Okay, so that's why, that makes sense, why the price
That's a lot of
is
money.
what it is. So,
Have you owned the building this whole time? Were you the one that bought it and cleaned it out?
I just realtor purchased it. I just purchased it. I closed on it maybe 2 weeks. Oh, wait, no. And,
no, the other people.
Yeah, whoever
Okay.
cleaned it out, they deserve a medal.
Yeah,
There's
and
a
everything.
lot of stuff in there.
Yeah, there's a lot. There's still like walls and walls of records
Oh, really?
and
So,
display
in the
cases,
back?
yeah.
You can do some really cool things with this.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Display cases?
Yeah, display cases, a lot of them.
So they left all that, they left the display
Yeah,
cases.
he sold everything else, but yeah, he left me display cases and vinyls. But, yeah, everything's adding up, and since I didn't finance, everything helps.
You're doing it on your own.
Correct.
Okay. Well, we, first off, we're excited about the fact that you're bringing the gym into town. And it'll be walkable for a lot of people to get to. And I guess this will also allow you to have, controlled air.
Yes.
I know that's, I
Because
think
right now
that's,
it's just coming out, into the return.
yeah.
Yeah, it's going straight around.
So that will be, I know from the people that, have been down there. that-
son's been down
Yeah.
So we are excited about that. And so what is your time frame? What do you think?
I'm trying to be open within 3 months.
Within
So,
3 months.
but the flooring is the one that really, I didn't think it would cost so much with the encapsulation and everything. But say I put everything on the ducting, but now I have to do this, and the bathroom, I have to get those done for the gym, of course, but I know I'll have to shoulder a little bit more, just save you some more money.
Did they give you the option to just put the flooring over it? Because a lot of times with asbestos, I mean, if you leave it, you're fine.
Yep, they said, I could put it over, but it's best to encapsulate it first, but I don't know which, I gotta check with the codes. I guess they were checking and they were emailing me on that one.
When you say encapsulate, are you putting a thin layer of concrete over top of it?
Some of them said concrete, and there was another chemical they were using. I was just getting all the.
Rubberized chemical?
Yeah, just to level it out also.
Yep, okay, all right. I'm familiar with
To
those.
seal it, so they gotta seal it.
Yes.
That's what,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, just in case. So they took a piece of it for testing, and I guess it did come back as,
It did come back.
yeah, as positive for
I'm
asbestos.
sorry.
Does this price at 35,000, is that cover the cost for the encapsulation as well?
Oh, yeah, well, not the whole thing. I mean, but I'm willing to shoulder some of it.
Okay.
Some of them I got them as high as 60,000. So I just, yeah, I had a couple people come out, but the lowest one was at 35.
And when you said that half is gonna be retail, are you planning on dividing right down the center or?
Yes, where those posts are.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
because there's a door on each side.
Okay.
I've taken out the grid ceiling on one side, and not sure yet what they wanted to do with the gym on that side before I did anything.
Okay, but you're gonna do retail on the other side.
Correct.
Parking, what do you?
That's the thing, I was wondering about the park, that's why I was asking about that, the building in the rear, and how much, cause I wanted to concrete some of that in the back, but also I wanted some grass, but, I wanted to see, and with the new rezoning, I guess you're pushing up the sidewalks, so I'll lose those parking in front, or not too sure.
Well, they're kind of,
Yeah, that's not the plan. Mark can talk to that effect.
Yeah, or can,
All right,
that's
yeah,
our new reporter, for anybody that's interested.
No, that's wondering why I'm walking through.
yeah.
Okay. So, well, thank you. And again, we see that there's work going on over there. We see your vehicle over there all the time. So,
yeah, and the other building we're shifting.
Yes.
Yeah, and I'm opening a U-Haul on that one, but that's not part of.
Okay, that's not, yeah, that's outside the city
Yeah.
limits, so. So you're doing a U-Haul down there?
Correct,
Okay.
yes.
Okay, well, good. I love your entrepreneurial spirit.
Yeah.
Thank you. We need more of that. We need more of that, so. Okay.
I think that's the end.
Right. Yeah. And it is good to know that's a brand new roof on that building that we
Yeah.
helped pay for
Yes.
before, yeah. So we know that's gonna be in good shape, you know, but,
That's the,
yeah, that's the.
Okay, so that's the end of your
that's the
presentation?
end.
Okay, thank you. So commissioners, we've got, and would that take care of, I mean, does that,
It should be another sheet that you have there, Mayor, after
a
the
new sheet
presentation.
that came in this
Yes.
afternoon?
Updated
Okay.
sheet, correct? Down, that would be great, and just guide them on what the recommendations are again and what the totals are, what we're left in both ARPA and our central
You're
CRA.
talking about the blue, the green, highlighted
Yes.
stuff? Okay.
Yes, sir.
So that's what you have right there.
Right now,
The blue and the
the,
green. The thing, right, right there. Behind you. No, not there. The blue and green highlighted, right there underneath, right there.
Yes,
Yes.
yes, I've
That's
been
what we're
looking at it the whole
I know,
time.
that's what we're talking about.
Okay, I was looking at it. Thank you.
Okay.
Go ahead, Don.
But I believe you have, this is the updated one, correct? So you have an updated one. It should be at the back of, is that correct, Bonnie?
this one here, this one has the.
Well, there's one in our
That's a bunch of
packet, our
Oh,
original
yeah.
packet, so then we had one on the, here on the.
Right, that should be the update.
That's the update, okay. So we have in the CRA, we have $3,193 remaining and $500 in the ARPA.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
After these recommendations.
after these recommendations.
Yes.
Where are we on the ARPA as far as the hydrants? What are we expecting? I know because we didn't take the full amount that we had available.
Yes, so right now, we're going to be left with $17,000 to $18,000 in that budget if we only spend $70,000 out of those funds. Currently, I believe there are 3 or 4 hydrants. The prices that we had before were astronomical. I asked Keith to reach out to our contractor that is working in the city right now to get prices. We're still waiting, but we tentatively got a price that was half the cost of the hydrants from before. And we do have a need for another hydrant on Union, which we're also gonna include with that work. We should be able to get them all done with the money that we have, and probably have a little bit left over.
Okay.
Motion.
Well, yes, if I can get a motion, then I want some discussion.
I'd like to make a motion.
Okay,
So I move that should we do the ARPA and the CRA separately?
yes,
Okay. So I move that we fund the staff recommended projects from ARPA funding for 512 Central Avenue. Do you want me to say the amounts or just for the recommended amounts?
you could just say recommended amount.
Okay, so the recommended amounts for 512 Central Avenue, 338 Central Avenue, 2 South Summit Street, 429 Central Avenue, and 404 Central Avenue, provided that for the historic structures, we have verification that the modifications will maintain the historic character, and that will include 429 Central Avenue because that is historic. And as well, that all of the projects, all of the work done, have the proper permits, insurance, and follow any applicable city guidelines.
I'll second that.
Okay, so we have a proper motion and a second. This is on the ARPA funds. Do we have any discussion? Commissioner Moore, do you have anything? Does anybody have any discussion? So we've got a gentleman that is ready to start a business, right here. And he's being moved to the next, I guess, the next cycle. Is that what you're anticipating?
Yes.
Is for him to go to the next cycle? He can't do anything until he gets his flooring taken care of. Okay. Is there any way, and I'm just throwing this out there, Commission, for us, just for discussion, is there any way that with that ARPA that we have remaining, that we were going to hold out for the hydrants, that we could, and Mr. Holmes, please make sure that I'm not doing anything that, that I shouldn't be with this, but is there anything that we could do that where that could possibly come out of our Better Place budget? Do you have between you and Steve with those hydrants, and so that we could possibly fund the new gym?
I mean, the hydrants come out of Better Place.
Right.
Okay.
To free up the
Yes.
funds and then we start.
Mayor, I have a request.
Yes.
I think this is a perfectly great suggestion, but could we vote on the motion in front of us and then address the other complicated one?
If that's what the commission would like.
Well, I guess,
We can absolutely do that. If there's
so-
no further discussion on that, then we can do that, and then I would like to have that for discussion. Do we have any public comments before we? Okay, seeing no public comments, and there's no other comments here, if you would please do a roll call for us, Madam Clerk.
Yes, ma'am. Commissioner DeVito,
aye.
Vice Mayor Lori,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore,
Aye.
Mayor Myers.
Aye.
So approved.
Okay. Thank you all that have just been awarded that. And I know, Bonnie, you'll work with all of them to make sure that we meet the deadlines. I just think that the whole purpose of this is, of course, to get businesses up and running here in town, and that's what we've been asking for, and he is gonna put a gym there. He can't do anything until he gets the flooring put down.
I agree.
And so, you know, we've got someone with some entrepreneurial spirit. He is trying to make an investment here in town. That building has been sitting vacant except for when the music store had it for many years, and pretty much, he had closed it down except for on appointment only. So both of those buildings there have been, and that's what you see when you drive through town. So my question again goes back to, we've got ARPA funds. That was for economic. Is it possible that we can use those and take the hydrant?
If I could, Steve, please correct me if I'm wrong. Currently, right now, as of last week, my report shows that we have repair and maintenance of $25,700 left in the central CRA. I was gonna utilize those funds for purchasing some of the signs on our flags. We talked about that, about $10,000. I can hold off on that till the next FY out of that budget. Rather than touching the ARPA, I would like to just get approval from you all to move these funds, $20,000 out of this, whatever the max grant is, out of that line item, because we have it in central CRA right now. I can reconcile that easily. And then if it's the wish of the commission to support that project, we can move forward that way. Because I have the funds in CRA, just in another line item that I'm not utilizing.
And the floor repair is consistent with your CRA plan?
It's consistent with the CRA plan. I would just have to move dollars from the repair and maintenance to the redevelopment grants. And then we add the money there, and it would be.
So we would have to approve, first we'd have to approve the movement of that, and then secondly, we'd have to approve the
If you all approve,
project.
right, correct.
So he doesn't currently have an application?
Yes, he does,
For this, for
He
the
does.
floor repairs?
He
with
does.
us?
he does. And he's met all the requirements. He's met all the requirements. They've just put him off till, they're talking about putting him off till the next cycle.
We don't have enough money.
And that would still leave $5,742 in that line item.
Okay.
Yes, Commissioner DeVito.
Just my question is, the city manager does not want us to, move the ARPA money that was designated for fire hydrants to another use.
I want to leave it at the fire hydrants. We're actively working on getting those hydrants. I believe there's either 4 or 5 left. At $3,500, something give or take, we're talking about $15,000 to $17,000. So we need that money there, and I have to spend that by December 31st.
I would rather, I like the idea of moving the money within the CRA funds.
Right.
Rather than trying to
That's
move around ARPA.
I'm just,
Right, well, and I understand it, Mayor, there's quite a bit of federal paperwork, and maybe, the fire hydrants, you've already filled out paperwork indicating that we're spending a certain amount on them.
Yes, ma'am.
Right, and there's that's not a good paperwork to.
no, but this was all part of, this could fall into the economic development. This,
I
we didn't
understand
have
that
this
part.
funds, we
Right.
took this funds from another project.
I get that part, but I also get that it's federal paperwork, and if the city manager doesn't want to move things around, I understand that. Okay, so there we are, but my only other question is, we have so many needs, and I floated the idea in the past that we should use some of this money for a loan. Maybe we pay the interest. I think other municipalities or CRAs rather do that. And I'm just wondering in future if that is not a way to make the money go farther.
And I think that that's absolutely the way, but right now we don't have that program
Right, I'm
set up.
just saying,
So,
this kind of highlights the ongoing need.
right, and we've talked about that, and I think that as we workshop it, as Mr. Martin has asked, that we could do something that would, some would qualify absolutely for that.
And what I was thinking particularly, this building, which you said he owns outright, you know,
Yes,
is an example of a potential candidate.
it would be.
And then my only other question is, you know, and did we voted, right, on the motion?
Yes.
Yes,
On your
okay.
original motion, you
So-
asked us to, and we did.
338 Central Avenue, the building next to 512 on West Central, below the arches, and then Sprague House. In our historic survey, were all deemed National Register eligible individually. And the one building that I have not heard anything about, nothing about the owner being contacted, no response from them whatsoever, is the Sprague House. And I don't hear anything about that. I mean, do we know? And I just bring this up because, you know, it's a key historic building and I've just not heard anything.
Well,
Have they ever?
We talked to the Hastings.
have you spoken?
I have not spoken to him, but I'll make sure to.
Yeah, and he's pretty active over there, his, with that property, I know, but my understanding too is that they were wanting to sell it, they had it up for sale for some time,
That was a long time ago.
but it needed some extensive work that was needed to be done on it, so, so anyway, but what we've got at hand right now is, and I believe you sent something out, didn't you, with everybody regarding the grant?
I went around town, I went and tried to contact everybody that I could,
Okay.
but I didn't.
But right now at hand, we've got this for discussion. And those other ones in the next round, Commissioner DeVito, you or can take that, or, you know, Ms. Bonnie can take that and speak to those owners.
Well, I mean, I don't feel that I'm supposed to.
Well, then you can
No,
ask
that's
Ms.
application.
Bonnie to speak to those owners that you have some concern and with that, so.
Just haven't heard. So we're talking about Mr. Gonzalez building is 111 North Summit Street.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so I mean, I can make a motion. We're ready for a motion.
Okay, keep in mind how we talked about how this is gonna
Right.
have to happen.
Exactly.
Okay.
So, okay, I move that we authorize city staff to, or rather I move that we amend the CRA budget to move $20,000 from available funding in the, say that again, which line?
Repair and maintenance.
In the repair and maintenance line item to the commercial grant category,
Redevelopment grants.
the commercial redevelopment grant category. And should we make two separate motions? I think so. So that's my motion.
Second.
Okay, so we have a proper motion and a second to move from repair and maintenance, $20,000 to the redevelopment grant program. Do we have any discussion? Do we have any public comment on this? Seeing none. Madam Clerk, if you do a roll call for us, please.
Yes, ma'am. Commissioner Moore,
Aye.
Commissioner DeVito,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Lori,
Aye.
Mayor Myers,
Aye.
so approved.
Okay, thank you. So approved.
And then as a follow-up, I would move that we approve the funding request by Mr. TJ Gonzalez for his building at 111 North Summit Street for funding from the CRA redevelopment grants in the amount of $20,000 for the purpose of flooring. And provided that he meets all the grant guidelines and implementing the work.
I'll second that.
Okay, so we have a proper motion to award Mr. Gonzalez at the 111 North Summit Street $20,000 for the flooring project that he has for this, as long as he meets all the proper guidelines, correct?
Correct.
Okay, do we have any discussion on this? And do we have any public comment? Okay, seeing no public comment, Madam Clerk, if you would please do a roll call.
Yes, ma'am. Commissioner DeVito,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Lori,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore,
Aye.
Mayor Myers.
Aye,
So approved.
okay, so approved.
Thank you so much.
Thank you all. Thank you all very much. We look forward to seeing good things come from all these projects.
Yes.
So, Mayor, it seems like there were 2 staff recommendations that were presented that we did not yet act on.
We haven't done the,
For the
CRA,
We jumped ahead, we
Right.
did
right,
the new money place.
but we haven't done the other one, so we need to finish that up, please.
All right, may I make a motion?
Yes.
Okay, recognize promotion. All right, sorry, you do a lot of work. So I recommend, I move that the city fund from the CRA funded redevelopment grants for the central, we're still in the central CRA, correct?
Right.
For the
That's
central
only one we're
CRA.
doing, yes.
For 311 North Summit Street, up to $5,000 for driveway repair and adding 1 or more new spaces. And also for 11 North Lake Street, property of Ms. Sanchez, that we approved the request for the window replacements, and for both of these, provided they meet all the guidelines and requirements for our projects.
Second.
I have a proper motion to fund out of the CRA, money, 311 North Summit Street and 11 North Lake Street, for both 5,000 for each, which is the maximum award without a matching grant. Is that correct? Okay, and I have a proper second. Do we have any further discussion? No discussion. Do we have any public comment? I see no one come forward. Madam Clerk?
Commissioner Moore,
Aye.
Commissioner DeVito,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Lori,
Aye.
Mayor Myers.
Aye.
So approved.
So approved. Okay, so thank you, again, thank you all very much. And with that, I'm going to go on and we're going to continue our CRA. I believe you have, that there is regarding the Main Street conference that everyone went to, and then after that, I'm going to take a short recess. So we have something on that.
It's just informational, right?
Is it just information?
Yes.
Okay,
I said some of it, that I would like to make a comment about the was the Preservation on Main Street Conference. You can read about it in the packet. And last year we did a wrap-up. Those who went, there was, and I'm sorry, in my write-up, I left out the fact that the city manager was there for the first part. And again, I kind of.
and I noticed he didn't make a picture either, so I
No,
was really kind of questioned whether or not his attendance was there or not, but he assured me that he attended. I'm like, well, you didn't make the picture.
You had to hold my
He did.
ramp out so I could get into the classroom.
Right, the picture was at the end. He did an incredible amount in the day and a half that he was there, and then rushed back to take care of city business. But anyway, a highlight and was the presentation by the Hastings Main Street. They have used the State Historic Preservation Guidelines to do their signature building. And they've also used St. Johns County has the ad valorem tax credit. That would be something that both Crescent City and Putnam County could enact that can give folks a reduction on their ad valorem taxes for the improvements. The Hastings Main Street Central Project investor said that was a great help to them. And they restored a building that was in terrible shape, absolutely terrible shape. Also, they I wrote this up, I sent this to, Rachel Kavanaugh, who's the president of the Downtown Partnership. I think there's a lot to learn from a very successful Main Street that's not too far away. They're different in some ways, but they're the same in others. We all have common challenges that we face. And as well, I really think this is the second Preservation on Main Street conference I've been to. And it really is, it's surprising me that the Downtown Partnership has not focused more on redevelopment and financing of redevelopment. I think, and there's a lot the city can do. I think we're leaving, for our buildings in need, we're leaving a lot of money on the table. And I think it's very important that we look into adopting the ad valorem tax credit. It wouldn't hurt us. I think it could only help us. And as well, I think that a priority should be to become informed or educate property owners about the federal income tax credit that's intended for commercial buildings. And I look at commercial buildings down Central Avenue, and I just feel that's absolutely money left on the table. So there's more that we can do for ourselves, and I hope we start making use of tools that other municipalities, CRAs, and counties are using very successfully for adaptive reuse, redevelopment. There's an outstanding work.
So thank you. Hastings has done a great job. They also had Sally at the helm, and Sally used to be Catherine. So what Catherine's doing, so that's Sally. So she is someone definitely that is schooled in this, and plus they have the big investor, and that's been very beneficial to them too. And so I think we've kind of shared back and forth between Hastings and our downtown, back and forth. I know with Christina, she has with them as well. So, we wish all of them much success. Black also has reactivated theirs.
I'm up there. Yeah,
Yes.
their CRA person was there.
And they've been in and spoken, I know he's been in and spoken to me before, but they're working on it too. And it's really beneficial. I mean, I want to compliment from the get-go. Mary did an outstanding job when, she stepped in and started with the partnership and took that role. And now she turned it over to Rachel. And really and truly, they did not have, everybody was learning. Thankfully, we had Charles, and he was so well schooled in it, and he guided and directed as best he could. But, I think with what they've done, and now I hope with this new move that it's going to reinvigorate that, and that people, it's also being part of the community and volunteering. And anytime you have an opportunity to just go out there and be part of the community and get involved in these events, they're very rewarding. And especially when you see how the community enjoys that. So they're learning, and I'm not going to ever take that away from them. I appreciate all the volunteers and the hard work that they have put into this program. And I've been to many of those, conventions, and they are very beneficial. And you always walk away with new information and invigorated and energized. And I think it's up to everybody to keep that energy going. That's the biggest concern as you come off of any conference and you're excited about the opportunities. It's just being able to keep that energy going. And so it's, as best we can support them, we need to support them. So.
Mayor, I have a question for the city attorney. And I just wanted to share with everyone. I sent this to the Downtown Partnership, and I sent it to my fellow board members, except for my fellow commissioner, BJ Laurie. The National Trust for Historic Preservation Summer Magazine has a wonderful article. This is a national magazine on DeLand Main Street. It's called Good Bones, that tells about the history of the DeLand Main Street and what they've achieved and how they did it. I thought it was very good article, a lot to learn from there. Mr. City Attorney, you've cautioned me, don't send things to people on the commission. Can I send this to the clerk or the city manager and ask that it be distributed? Sure.
It's just an article, correct?
Yes,
Yes,
Okay.
on DeLand, yes.
yes, so it's on plan, so I will share
There
that.
was another article distributed last night at the Main Street at their board meeting, regarding DeLand. And of course, DeLand was your first Main Street in Florida, and they've been the most successful. I grew up in DeLand. I mean, I took guitar lessons downtown DeLand when it was called Deadland. And,
Oh,
and so they have done an incredible job, and I'll tell you, that's really what inspired me when I really started talking about Main Street here and what the possibilities could be, when you see what they've done. But Athens, the article last night was about the Athens
Oh,
Theater.
that's the one I sent them.
Okay, that's the one you
That's
sent, okay.
Yes, because I sent it to
Yeah.
Ms. Kaplan.
I don't know how many of you ever went to Athens Theater, but chitty chitty bang bang there. It was all chitty chitty bang bang, and then it went into disrepair, and it's absolutely beautiful.
It was beautiful.
They held the Main Street Conference there a couple of years ago, and we all got to go into the Athens, and it's just, it's really, they've done a great job with it, so maybe we can get, see if Irwin would revamp the old theater over here.
That would be nice.
It would be. So thank you for sharing all of that with us, Commissioner DeVito. And do we have anything else? Does anybody else want to add anything to you?
I would echo a lot of what she said. We need to have a wrap-up meeting like we did last year. And they actually, this year was really great. They actually made sure that all the presentations were loaded onto the website. So I spent the last evening downloading them all and looking through them and reminding myself about some of them. It's really a lot of information, but it's really great. And I think one of the best things is the networking that you do and the people that you meet, because now we know face-to-face and people know my name in Tallahassee that I've been working with and stuff like that. And so it's really good that you know who you can talk to now. And it's a very small community. And, same people that we saw last year, and it was nice to see some of them again. And I learned quite a bit about the federal tax credit too. I feel like I could do it myself now, so.
Well, very good.
Yeah.
Maybe you can. Maybe you can.
But it's a lot to it, but it's just really interesting. And it's all different all over Florida. We are lucky that we have a very new state, but we have a very old state too.
Yeah.
There are a lot of really neat places in the state that are being destroyed if you're not careful. Especially in Central and South Florida, they're gone. So we need to save them as much as we can, hang on to them.
Well, thank you all for taking the time to go. I heard that, everyone enjoyed Cocoa Village. It was
It was
Cocoa
good.
Village this
Lot of
time, and
Neat restaurants.
Yeah.
There's a neat little microcosm that was hidden around there.
neat place. Close out our CRA.
I thought the city manager had something
Did
to
you have
say about
something
the
more?
CRA.
Just an announcement on there, it was
Okay.
just one line that CCDP, Downtown Partnership and Big Dog would not be moving forward with Market Square
Okay,
site. It was
okay.
something that we were gonna bring back to this
Okay.
meeting and just let you know that is now
Thank you,
done.
because it did get tabled to this meeting. So thank
Yes,
you.
it did,
Okay.
yes. Thank you, that's all I had.
Okay, with that, I'm going to go ahead and now I'm going to close out our CRA meeting, and I'm going to take a 5-minute recess or maybe a 7-minute one before we open back up for our regular schedule. Thank you.
Are we have 7 minutes is up, let's check and make sure.
I guess
Is that for Fran?
I need to say 7-ish.
Yeah.
When I used to own a business, I always said 10-ish, so nobody could yell at me if it was a little over.
Why? Is it not good?
I'm sure. Are we ready for the mics on, Mayor? Are we ready?
Yeah. Okay, this meeting is back in session. Thank you. We're gonna move on to our, you're gonna do our sheriff's report for us.
Yes, ma'am.
You don't like anything?
Major us three had some issues, so thank you.
All right, so I do not have the background on here, so we're just gonna go through the slides. We had a miscellaneous tools were stolen from a residence, theft, 730 West Grand Rondo. Next slide, we had traffic activity was at Palmetto Street in Oakwood. There was a vehicle that pulled onto the same path of another traveling vehicle. And you can see, I believe this is our 6-month view, so you can see calls for service. This month, or July, was 213 calls. When we started this at February 6th month, we had 191. You can see where it started to track down. Traffic stops, there were 40 traffic stops in the month of July. We had 1 traffic incident, which I just told you about in Palmetto. Reports was 12, and our arrest was 4. And I believe warrants was probably served 2 warrants. Okay. The next would be robbery, we had 0. Burglary, we had 1. No car thefts. Theft, there was 3. Aggravated assaults,
No, that was for the last, we had one
We had
theft,
0, we had 0 thefts.
0 theft.
We had 1 burglary.
0 burglary.
Oh,
yeah,
yes,
right.
0 theft, sorry, 3, that was in June, I apologize. Aggravated assault, 0, and then, and so 1 total change here.
Big reduction.
And that's all I have.
Yes, big reduction in crime.
Big reduction in crime.
We are so thankful.
Thank you.
We are so thankful.
Mayor?
Yes.
I have no questions for the city manager.
Really? You sure you can't find one? Not
Yeah,
one?
you can make a note for the record.
Please make a note for the record. Okay. Okay, thank you for that. And so now we're gonna go and we're gonna open up our public hearings. So we're gonna start with resolution number 2026-07.
Would you like me to read that?
Yes, sir,
by title only?
please. Yes, sir.
Resolution number 2026-07, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Crescent City, Florida, adopting a uniform lien reduction policy for code enforcement cases, providing for strict requirements, establishing uniform criteria and procedures, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Do you want to?
I can quickly discuss this. We had taken out the 14-day rule. This was more a blanket approach. We also asked the city attorney to review this, and the notations that were made in the last meeting have been added to the policy. And so that's what you have in front of you as well. So we're asking for this to be approved to move forward, have a uniform way of approaching these lien reductions as we move forward. So everybody's equal and playing field.
So if I could add, there were questions, I had included comments in the policy that's attached to the resolution. And I had comments for discussion, but there was a point made about that at the meeting, so I took the comments out and I fixed the policy as to those items that I felt legally there was a path that I think was the correct way to move. In other words, primarily under appeals, since the commission is making the final decision, there really isn't a body to hear an appeal because, you are final agency action. So there wouldn't be a city body that would hear an appeal of your decision. So the traditional method then of seeking review of final agency action in Florida is by petition for writ of certiorari with the circuit court. And it's outlined with regard to timelines and everything else in the Florida Rules of Civil and Appellate Procedure. So that's what I did under 8, took out the comments that I had in there before and your language, the language that was in there before, and I simply stated that appeals of a final decision of the commission regarding request for leave reduction shall be filed with the circuit court of the Savage Judicial Circuit in Putnam County by filing a petition for writ of certiorari in accordance with applicable Florida Rules of Civil and Appellate Procedure. Same thing you do with a decision of a ZBOA, if the code provides that it is a final decision and not a recommendation to the commission. And other than that, I had eliminated a couple of things that seemed to be, in my opinion, that seemed to be redundant, because it seemed like you wanted something specific in here for you to then decide, and I understand you may change more things here, but at least I think what's there is, in my opinion, more appropriate. So and then all I did with the resolution was I changed a couple of the sections that before, where you had that, that policy for a quick resolution and 100% forgiveness and stuff like that. With elimination of those, I eliminated the corresponding elements of the resolution and just simplified it a little bit. So that's what you got. You can change it however you want. I understand it's your policy, and but at least now there's a blueprint that I think hopefully you can work with.
Okay, thank you. I'll entertain a motion.
I move that we adopt resolution number 2026-07.
Second.
I think it
We have a proper motion and a second, so now we can have discussion. Does anybody have some questions? Anybody have some questions or discussion on this?
I just have a comment there, if I may.
Yes.
I still think that this boxes us in and doesn't really address the issue of properties that come to us under a contract of sale. And I had suggested that we be able to waive these requirements if it would be financially beneficial for the city and or the neighborhood around it. But the rest of the commission didn't want to do that, so I guess we'll just go forward.
I don't recall that the rest of the commission didn't want to do that, because
did.
that's,
Commissioner Lori said that would be the same as what we had now, so that was not accepted. So
that was one commissioner, that wasn't a commission, so.
well, I mean, nobody else said he was wrong, so I just took that for,
Okay.
I took silence for agreement. So anyway, so that's, I have a concern about it. I mean, I certainly understand that we wish to treat people fairly and not, give out lien reductions willy-nilly, but I am concerned that when we have a really problem property, we may not have the flexibility that we want to take advantage of a good offer, but we can see how it goes. Yeah, we can see how it goes.
So that was one of the questions I had, Dawn, in that, how limiting is this? Somebody made a comment to me on the street today that, the concern they have is that we have done this, that there's been some that have come before us and we've just completely wiped them away for whatever reason. We know which ones those are. And with code enforcement, what opportunity do we have in a situation, the way it's currently written, that should, like there's in there about making sure that all the proper documentation is submitted, but you've got somebody that it is a sale, and a perfect example was the one that came before us not long ago, that it would absolutely improve the surrounding area if somebody was to come in there and buy it and clean it up, that for us to be as lenient as we could be. Now, he was willing to pay a good portion of that. So do we have any leniency here, or do you even recommend we have anything in there, or let this go?
Well, it's your policy, and of course you can change it too as time goes by, but first of all, you you're taking a long-term approach to a lot of what I see you do, at least that's my opinion. Your approach on historic buildings is not a short-term approach, because most likely it's going to probably in the short term discourage development in your historic areas, because spending money to fix structures in a historic fashion is more expensive than spending money to make a structure suitable for, in general terms, for use. Most of the development I saw here tonight is outside your historic district, the people that came with requests for money. But you adopted a long-term policy that says we're going to endure the short-term pain because we think there's a long-term gain. That's the decision for you to make. With code enforcement, remember, code enforcement is not a break-even proposition. You're funding folks to go out and do this job. If you do go to court, that costs money. So if you don't get some return off of violators, then basically you're just, in my opinion, you're not making an effort to help code enforcement, at least defer part of the costs that it occasions. So I question whether or not you're really getting a bang for your buck when you forgive fines at 100% value. I just question that. Now, what level you do, right now you can't do it more than 90%, so you can go to the 90% reduction, which is pretty sizable. Placa, for instance, you can't go below 50%.
Okay.
Because their thought is, look, if you know you can get 100% reduction, where's the big incentive for you to do anything? Let the fine go as long as you want to. Doesn't matter. The commission's gonna wipe it all out anyway. What does that do for the neighborhood while that property is sitting there? So I guess you can argue all sides of it, but from my perspective, I would hate to see you adopt a policy that lets you go 100% forgiveness. As far as the pending sale thing, if you want to develop some criteria for that, we certainly can. As long as you have that provision in there that states that if the sale doesn't go through, and then if the violations aren't corrected within some given period of time, then the fine reverts back to what it was originally. Otherwise, now you did one last year, I think, where you guys went ahead and did a as I recall, the $25,000 fine or payment in lieu of the accumulated fine, and it was done before sale, and it was done before repairs. But it worked for you. It won't always. And so, and there's risk in everything you do. So if you say, hey, I think we need to have something built in there for that, my only caution is if you have it there, you're gonna have to extend it for income. And then what happens? The people say, well, I'm gonna sell it, so I'm not gonna worry about fixing this stuff. I'm not gonna worry about correcting the code violation, because if I get a buyer, then they're going to let me go ahead and reduce the fine, as a condition of the sale. My experience has been that most of the time when there's a code lien, it gets factored into the negotiations for the purchase price. Maybe not always, but if I'm gonna buy property and there's a lien on it, the face value of the lien is $50,000. Okay, I look at your policy, I know there's high likelihood I'm gonna get a reduction, but I'm gonna be bargaining for some sort of a reduction in the purchase price, and then I'm gonna make the application for the lien reduction after I bought the property and I control fixing it. But as I said at the outset, it's your policy, and you're entitled to implement whatever theory or concept you'd like. The factors that I put in here, I think, are generally accepted as legitimate factors for it to be determined in considering lien reduction. But please note, it doesn't specify that these are exclusive. It specifically states that they should include but are not limited to the factors that are set forth, which gives you room to consider other things. But it also means that when you start a consideration of a lien reduction, you at least have to look at the list that you looked at every time somebody else came in for one. And that was, my concern is having consistency. And, so that everybody feels like they have the same factors are gonna be considered when I come in as when Derek comes in or Mr. Vito comes in, and something isn't brought out from outside, out of the air, because that's where you have challenge, you have a built-in challenge. So that's why I put those factors in. I think somebody had questioned that last time, but, we'll change it however you like it.
That's why I'm asking you, because I want to make sure that what we have here, I feel that we absolutely have to have a policy in place, and I would even go over 90. I mean, I like the fact that if you were to do, I like that Palaca does 50%, and if people knew that, it might get their attention, because we have been known, and our code enforcement board was known for that, and now we, have to be so cautious, and we just did that recently, and I tell you, I walked away from it, and I said, I wasn't comfortable with a decision that was made when we zeroed out a property. And I understand there were circumstances there, but if we have a policy that we have to adhere to and follow, it's like following rules. I'm a rule follower. And so thank you for doing this. Thank you for the time. I know you put a tremendous amount of time in this.
That's quite all right.
And, code enforcement, and I'm, Derek, you and I have had conversations about this over and over and over again, and I don't want to be hard and difficult about it, but we've got to be stronger in our code enforcement, and it's just in itself, because it affects everybody. It affects the look of the city. It affects the value of the neighbor's property. And, so that's something that we really here in this city, I mean, I've complained about that for almost 6 years, that, I know it's hard. It's a hard job, but it affects everybody.
And sooner or later, if you haven't already, and I think you have already, because I believe I saw it here, you're gonna have folks from the outside coming in to make purchases, not for their own use, but for resale. Speculators, which, fine, I mean, that's the American way. But if they're banking on making a bargain and then getting a bargain, only one that's profiting is the speculator.
Well, and that just recently happened to us, because while we didn't zero it out, we did reduce a fee. They didn't close, but in the meantime, that person had it out on the market. The buyer had it out on the market for resale as a fixer-upper, where he had committed to us. He was going to come in and rehab that house. And that was.
I didn't know that, but I'm not surprised.
Yeah, that happened. And, it just really caught me by surprise. Not really, but maybe, that he was doing that. But yeah, he had done that. Now,
And you can't foreclose on homestead, you know that.
right.
But if you abate properties, you abate conditions, it costs money. And until I established a fund in our budget in Palaca, $40,000 for code enforcement, which was a lot of money when they had none. But until we had that fund so that we could go ahead and take some action, we were kind of stagnant. And then once we had the fund and took the action, there was more goal to try to replenish that fund through enforcement action, the fines and the admin costs and stuff. Not to make it onerous. I mean, obviously your goal is always to get property fixed up, but I'm just afraid if you build in too much forgiveness, it takes away the motivation for people to fix properties, because why do they care? If the fine's $5,000 or $50,000, you're gonna forgive it all anyway.
Well,
Okay, Mayor?
yes,
Do we have a motion on the floor?
yes, we did.
We
Sure
do?
did.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay. I would like to call the question.
Okay. Everybody's ready, no further discussion, I can't vote until I open up for public comment. So I'm gonna open it up for public comment at this time. Does anybody want to come forward? Please do come forward, state your name and your address if you will.
Rachel McKenzie, 25 South Lake Street. I hear what you're saying, and we fixed up a very blighted property in this town. There weren't fines against it, but if there were, we would have paid them, but it would have been nice when we saw that we were fixing it up, if we could have gotten a rebate back or something.
And you could, if you fix it, and that's when this reduction policy allows you to come in and ask for the lien reduction. I mean, this,
Because you hesitate, because, I mean, you're working your tail off trying to get it. There were weeds in the yard taller than me. So I just think though that it makes you second guess what you're doing. But if you thought that if you really fix it up, you're gonna get some of it back.
Thank you for bringing that to our attention. Do we have anybody else that would like to speak to this? If not, I'll close public comment, and if there's no further questions, Madam Clerk, if you would do a roll call, please.
Commissioner DeVito,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Lori,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore,
Aye.
Mayor Myers,
Aye.
so approved.
So approved, thank you. Okay, we're gonna move on to ordinance number 2026-02.
Can I ask for this to be tabled?
and that's on me. Some of you know, I'm in a transition right now with,
Right.
circumstances. So I told you last time that I was going through every definition and checking it against Florida statute because there was some inconsistency between some of the definition of Florida statute and what we had. As you probably know, when it comes to golf cart, it appears that the state has not preempted the regulation of golf carts, but what they have done is said you can make it tighter than what they've got, but not more lenient, which is fine, but I had to know that they hadn't preempted it. So then what I'm trying to do is just make sure that I can articulate the differences because you don't have a police force. Whoever enforces this is gonna be enforcing state statute everywhere else and your ordinance here. Maybe Willax got just don't know that. Because sheriff's office is doing it. So if the sheriff's office is gonna do it and you have your own ordinance that you're gonna want enforced, then the deputy who comes out is gonna have to know that your ordinance is different from what he's used to working with other places. And so I've been trying to make sure that all that's covered, and that's the reason.
And I think that, thank you for being so cautious with this. Deltona, it's all over the news the last couple of days, who is policed by the Sheriff Chitwood. They pay them $14 million to do their policing. They've never had their own police department. Anyway, they have an issue with theirs right now, and they've pulled it as well because it has to do with the electric bikes and scooters and making sure, and Sheriff Chitwood is saying that he's only going to enforce state law. He's not going to enforce ordinances because they have to meet the state law in order for him to. So we've got some work to do, I think, here just to make sure that we have. So thank you for the time that you are taking on this. So do you have, anybody have any questions? Otherwise, I'll ask for a motion. Commissioner DeVito, do you have something?
I just have a comment, because I have spent a lot of time looking at this, especially after we got the proposed ordinance from Indian Harbor Beach. The way, it is my understanding that essentially the only reason we can have golf carts on city streets is because state law generously grants us that authority. The state sets a framework for what we can do, but they leave us leeway to make certain choices, like before or after dark, or where the crossings are going to be. So I don't think, I mean, if you don't have your own police department or whatever, I think it's just the ordinance, as I understand it, is enforced like any other traffic ordinance. I don't think the Major Ussery didn't have a real difficulty about it, but I think as long as we stay within the parameters of what the state allows us, then we can do it. I mean, in general, the state does not really govern it. They give us the option to do this, and it's very restrictive. So I think
There's one
we
very
should
big distinction.
okay.
Yes,
Sheriff's office and the county court's not going to
Yes.
enforce your ordinance. A violation of your ordinance is not going to go to a county judge,
Okay.
period. You're gonna, and as I've explained in the past, you're gonna have to arrange with your magistrate for your magistrate to hear ordinance violations unless the position of the county court judges changes, because previously they had made it very clear they were not going to hear ordinance violations of any municipalities of the cities. So the big distinction is that if a person is cited under your ordinance, then you're gonna have to be the one to provide due process for them to challenge that citation. Whereas if it's a state statute cite, it goes to county court and the county judge handles it. So that's a big deal.
and we would have that situation regardless of who was patrolling us.
Exactly.
it would-
You had your own police
Yeah,
force, it'd be
it
the
would
same
still, it
thing.
would still be the same.
But we've had a golf cart ordinance for 10 years, and it doesn't seem to be a problem.
How many citations have you had under it?
I don't know, but anyway, the alternative is to not allow golf carts in Crescent City.
No,
But I don't think that's a very good one.
it's your call to make, but for
Yeah.
instance, you know, there were just some definitions, some age issues on the first version that I read, they conflicted with state statute. Enough said. So there was, from my perspective, I wasn't comfortable, but I've got a file that's about this thick right now with definitions of every one of the terms that y'all have in there, and then some terms aren't defined. So what you do with it is your business. Like I said before, you're the policymakers, but just want you to understand that if it's a state statute that's already on the books and if you cite under that, no problem. Goes to county court and goes on down the road. But if it's your ordinance that's being enforced, then you got a different ballgame that's gonna have to be handled by your hearing officer. Now, you say that the state gave you carte blanche, as I understand
No,
it, to
not
do what
carte
you want
blanche.
to in the city with golf carts, and I don't agree with that.
No, I didn't say carte blanche. I said they give us, that without the state statute, we have no authority, as I understand it, to have an ordinance.
That's not true. You'd have complete authority to have an ordinance without state statute.
I don't think so. But anyway, we'll work it out. We have an
Well, you
ordinance.
can,
It's
because
been
you can
fine.
always do something
I don't think we can.
more restrictive, you just can't do less restrictive, so.
If the
we-
state hasn't preempted a subject to itself in part or in whole, under home rule power, you have the authority to pass an ordinance.
It's my, right, but it's my understanding that the way they wrote that statute, they intended to preempt us. But that's a fine point. I don't think we need to go down that road. I appreciate you working on this. A lot of people enjoy golf carts here, including me. And our original intent was not to have a complicated ordinance that somehow got into the mix, but to bring our ordinance up to date with state statute and make any changes we thought necessary. So I'm not sure how it got so complicated. That wasn't the original idea. Our ordinance needs to be brought up to date. The way somehow a different city's ordinance got mixed in, I don't know that we needed that.
I think the biggest
Here we are.
thing, I think one of the biggest things that we're dealing with is how do you enforce it? And that's something that Major Ussery has said also, and I know that they've been talking to the courts to see with ordinances such as this, same thing with animal control, their ordinances, and how can they enforce those? So that's really one of the biggest obstacles. I think that we've got to figure out that if we are gonna have something, that why have it on the books if we don't have a way to enforce it?
We do.
So, well, we'd have to have a policy. It's gonna have to go to the magistrate, and you're gonna have to have, it's just like what Mr. Holmes was explaining. There's a lot more to it. And I know I've been following the Deltona issue. They did the same thing. They did, a 17-year-old could not drive an electric bike. Now, they could drive a car, but they couldn't drive an electric bike. And so there was a lot of issues, and so you have to just make sure that what we're doing is enforceable and a way to enforce it.
I move that we table ordinance 2026-02 till next month. Is that-
Second.
Date certain, so that your regular meeting date for next month,
Yes,
that'll avoid us having to re-advertise.
yes.
And I will second
You
that.
second that. Do we have any further discussion? Do we have any public comment? See no public comment. Madam Clerk, can you do a roll call for us, please?
Yes, ma'am. Commissioner Moore,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Lori,
Aye.
Commissioner DeVito,
Aye.
Mayor Myers.
Aye.
So approved.
So approved, thank you. Okay, let's move on to our ordinance 2026-12.
Do I need to read it, the first reading? An ordinance, this is ordinance 2026-12, an ordinance of the City of Crescent City, Florida, adopting a small-scale comprehensive plan amendment in accordance with section 163.3187 Florida statutes, amending the future land use map designation for a property totaling approximately 0.57 plus or minus acres located at 720 Randolph Street, providing for a change in the future land use map designation from public buildings and grounds to residential medium density, providing for implementing administrative action, repealing all conflicting ordinances, providing for severability, providing for non-codification, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you.
I move that we approve on first reading ordinance 2026-12.
Okay, do I have a second?
I'll second it.
We have a proper motion and a second. Do we have any discussion? We have. If none, okay. If you would do a roll, a public comment. Do we have any public comment on this? Okay, seeing no one come forward, we're gonna do a roll call.
Commissioner DeVito,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Lori,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore,
Aye.
Mayor Myers.
Aye,
So approved.
so approved. Okay, ordinance 2026-13.
First reading, an ordinance of the City of Crescent City, Florida, amending the official zoning map for property totaling 0.57 plus or minus acres located at 720 Randolph Street from the PF Public Facilities Zoning District to the SR1 Single Family Residential Zoning District, providing for implementing administrative actions, repealing all conflicting ordinances, providing for severability, providing for non-codification, and providing for an effective date.
Do I have a motion?
I move that we approve ordinance 2026-13.
A
First
second.
reading.
And second.
We have a proper motion and a second to approve ordinance 2026-13. Do we have any public comment? Okay, seeing no public comment, commissioners, do you have any discussion? Okay, you do a roll call for us, please.
Yes, ma'am. Commissioner Moore,
Aye.
Commissioner DeVito,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Lori,
Aye.
Mayor Myers.
Aye, so approved. So now we're going to close out our public hearing session and we're going to move on to our business items.
Thank you, Mayor, appreciate that. Our first item is the update on historic preservation LDC amendment status and our next steps. I have Mr. Mark Correct here from Zevco, and I'd like to speak to that effect. Come on, please, sir.
Okay.
Good evening. So, we're working on a draft of a historic preservation ordinance. The origin of this is a draft ordinance that I was provided by the city manager that was created by Commissioner Lori. And while it was a very thorough ordinance, it was a standalone ordinance in the sense that it would conflict and recreate portions of the historic preservation process that already existed in the land development code. So taking Commissioner Lori's draft, I then created another draft ordinance that basically made amendments to the existing land development code, incorporating the items from Commissioner Lori's ordinance and items that would allow the city to become a certified local government, and created a draft. And that has been shared with the city manager and it was shared with the city attorney. I think about draft 3 or draft 4, it was shared with the Peninsula Historic Preservation Organization. And,
I haven't seen it. Was it shared with FPHS?
I don't know.
I didn't see it.
I might have been, I might have known the name.
I was providing 4 sets of comments that I was told
Okay.
were carried back from the Fruitland Historic Preservation Organization.
Okay, thank you for that.
They were provided by Dan Dodge to the city manager. I do not know who or, you know.
That's fine, I just
Okay.
glad to know that it went, and I know who it went to, so thank you so
Okay.
much.
And so, like I said, I got 4 sets of comments, all of which were, well, three of them sort of argued for a much more complex scheme than I think either Commissioner Roy or our draft contemplated. I think the 4th one kind of made the most sense. It was much more lighter, but also put a lot of decision-making in the hands of staff. In order to do that, you have to create some fairly rigorous guidelines. So, you know, rather than try to referee these 4 separate sets of comments, my recommendation to the city manager was that we talk about engaging a consultant that has a background in historic preservation, and they can help you get through this ordinance process, complete this ordinance process, and ultimately, particularly if you go with sort of a lighter regimen. And what I mean by that is one that doesn't require every single decision to be made at a board level. You're gonna have to create some sort of guidelines. The provisions that Commissioner Roy put together referenced the powers of the Historic Preservation Board to create guidelines. We do have some existing guidelines in the Land Development Code, but they're not detailed historic preservation guidelines. So with that, it's a policy decision, and we're looking for some guidance and direction.
Okay, so you're recommending that we have an expert come in and guide us.
And
make
complete
sure-
this process.
Complete this process. Where it's palatable to the residents as well, that might try to do something with that.
Correct.
Yes, Commissioner DeVito.
So, I have a concern that, you know, all this is being done behind the scenes. People have put a lot of work into it, very well intended. But I am noticing that our comprehensive plan, has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 policies on specific policies, things that we were supposed to do years ago, and then we readopted our comprehensive plan in 2022, correct?
Yes.
Okay, yes, because you helped us with that, I think, or.
Regional council.
Yeah, it was a regional.
Right, but you use it because you have to.
We use it, and yes, we comment.
So you have to use it. So this is something that we are overdue in doing. I would like to move that regardless of our decision about a consultant, which will take budgeting and money, that the versions, or the best version and the alternative versions that have been worked on should be shared with both the Planning and Zoning Commission for consideration, and also circulated to the commission so that we can all know what's going on here and they can at least discuss it, because it's going to take a while to hire a consultant.
My understanding that the planning and zoning, it was already went to them, correct? And they approved it to come to us?
Not the historic preservation ordinance. Now, obviously, Mr. Dodge has seen that.
Well, somebody, it was presented it was presented
The
Was it-
original,
was
the
it
original
not?
standalone.
The original
was presented.
standalone
Yes,
was, it was
yes.
presented,
After that point, I brought it to our director,
Okay.
for review and,
Okay.
and also the city attorney. The intention is to make sure that we bring back to that board, just like you stated, Commissioner, to bring back to that board a review once we've completed our thorough review and completion, and then bring
Wait
it
a
to you
minute.
all.
So when the ordinance or the proposed ordinance went to the Planning and Zoning Commission, did they have any comments or take any specific action on it? What was their, did they just take a pass? I mean, what did they do?
They wanted us to bring it to the commission. At that point, I brought it to Mark Corrett and also to our city attorney because there was conflicts between a standalone ordinance and the LDC. So I wanted to get legal involved and I got Mark involved because he's our subject matter expert.
But they voted to refer it to the city commission, correct?
I believe that was the vote. I'd have to go back to the meeting, but it's been a little while.
and my understanding from that, because I talked to you about it, because I had some concerns, they were told that we did not have a historical board. We do have a historical board, we established that in our LDC.
I remember that, yeah.
Exactly, well, they were told that they, or it came up that they didn't feel that they had a historical board, that we do have one, and, you know, so there was some conflicting, I think some conflicting information possibly that I know I had some concerns about. But, you know, thank you for making sure that,
We want to make sure it's right. It's very important.
Okay, well, wait a minute. There's a lot of different opinions about what's right, and I'm just a
Yes,
little,
there are.
I'm a little bit concerned that it sounds to me as if it would not be inappropriate, it would not be wrong for us to do a workshop and see what concerns the commission and the public have, what appeals to the commission and the public, what we think would work. I mean, this is taking longer than the land development code did. And I really am starting to be very uncomfortable with, you know, just it's held behind the scenes. I don't see why we can't talk about it, and then I can know what is important to the mayor, and she can know what's important to me, and members of the public can come. I mean, that's what the workshop process is for. And then if we need to hire a consultant, I don't know. You know, do we have money in the budget for that?
I've asked Mr. Corrett to give me a cost on that. I know he's been working on that, but that's been in very short form, so we don't have an actual number yet.
So, yeah, there's certainly two ways to do this. Obviously, you can directly hire. You guys have had a historic preservation consultant previously. I think there being a meeting last year where you guys completed a step, you know, an update to your study, and there was a consultant that did. You know, the other thing we do is it could be a sub-consultant that we would hire and, you know, give you a price on that. Either way, it makes no difference.
I think
to me.
regardless, I feel regardless that, that we need to have somebody who is versed in this. We have a lot of opinions, as to historical guidelines, and I'm not even concerned. I mean, I'm even concerned, I think on a historical board, are they certified? And so, you know, I do have a lot of apprehension with anything without consulting someone who is actually versed in this. So maybe that's a discussion we need to have, and I don't think this is taking as long as the LDC, because the LDC took us about 1.5 years, if not 2 years.
Yeah, the LDC was about a 2-year process.
About a 2-year process.
Right, but we have talked about this for a long time, and it was my understanding when we started the LDC process, and we said what our priorities were. I believe we said historic preservation was priority, and that was 2022.
Well, I thought we got that in there though.
Well, 2022 was made a priority in terms of your comprehensive plan policy. The provisions of the historic preservation regimen that are in the land development code, you know, talk about the intent to be a certified local government, but they don't, you know, at that time a decision was made that we weren't going to deliver a an ordinance that fully qualified to be a certified local government. The ordinance that Commissioner Lori presented and what I was asked to do was to look at the land zoning code and make sure that we brought forward any amendments that would at least get you to being a certified local government. But there's a number of different ways to get there. And there are a number of different ways to manage your historic preservation program. I certainly can help you guys deliver an ordinance that will meet the requirements of being a certified local government, but I'm not a subject matter expert. And I don't think I'm in a position to tell you what would be the best historic preservation ordinance for Crescent City. And if you're gonna ask me what sort of, window mullions need to be on a period building, I cannot help you with that. So.
My biggest concern was that we definitely had a hole there. We did not have true, historic preservation protection. What was in our code of ordinances was removed during recodification, really at no one's real fault, but it was removed, and we've been talking about this, and I remember, reading about our intention to become a certified local government, and when I was on planning and zoning in 2022, that was one of the first things I started talking about when I was placed on planning and zoning, and it's been since then, and nobody was doing anything. So my biggest thing is that we're having action taken. That's why I started writing this ordinance. That's why I spent the last year writing it and going back and forth to Tallahassee. I just want to make sure that we're doing it and we're going to get this done. And it's not pushed off because that's what happens. And so I'm fine going whatever way we want to. We just need to take some action or continue moving forward.
Well, could I make a motion there?
Yes, please.
I move that no later than our September meeting, we have prices on what it would take to hire a historic preservation consultant. And as well, I would like to have all draft ordinances circulated to any commissioner who wants to see them, and I am one. That's my motion.
I'll second that.
We have a proper motion and a second. Do we have any other discussion? Would we have to put this out? Would we have to put this out to get the pricing to hire someone? We have to
Well,
put
you're
this-
probably gonna do an RFQ instead of an RFP on a consultant of this nature. So, that process is, if you have more than one person submit a proposal, then you'd be ranking them in terms of their qualifications, and then, that process is after you've ranked them in terms of qualifications, you go to number one to see if you can negotiate a contract, and if you can't, you go to number two, et cetera, right down the road.
Okay.
I think it's gonna be better that than an RFP where you just get people giving you prices and you're not comparing qualifications. Now, Mr. Carrot, if you disagree, that's, fine, they can do it.
No, I mean, do two different ways. Like I said, I can explore and bring back to you what you might expect to pay for these services. I could also bring back, as I said, I could bring back a proposal from our organization to have somebody who is a sub to us. And you make a decision either way at that.
And we would work under, how would that work, Mr. Holmes,
Well,
working under his
I think you
contract?
have an agreement. with-
Yes, we have an agreement with him,
With
so it
them
would be-
already.
yes.
So, I can't quote the agreement now, but I would assume that it's fairly broad in terms of its land planning and so forth. So, if you did work with their number, I think you already have a contract with them.
That would save time.
Relationship, so you would not have to go out for RFP or Q necessarily.
So we have a proper motion and a second. Do we have any further discussion? Okay, seeing none.
Do we need to have public comment?
Well, does anybody have any comments on this? Anybody want to speak to this? Okay, I'm closing public comment. Madam Clerk?
Commissioner DeVito,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Lori,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore,
Aye.
Mayor Meyer.
Aye. Okay, so approved. You'll get with him for the pricing.
Thank you for the
Thank you for your work that y'all put into this. Thank you. And Commissioner Roy, thank you too. We know you're very passionate about this and we appreciate that. Okay, let's move on to Oktoberfest event.
Yes, I have Ernie Evans here, who would like to come up and speak to this, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Hello, Mr. Evans
Hey, how are you?
and Mrs. Evans.
Sure appreciate you guys having us over here. We'll be painless and short here. I'm actually have to leave to Virginia in the morning. I decided to go back in the entertainment business and be doing some touring here for the next couple of months. I'm just filling in for a group, but anyway.
A playing musician.
Yeah. Playing, you say, or playing?
Playing.
Okay, so anyway, so we had proposed doing an Oktoberfest here. We're gonna kind of throw a curveball right now. We are, we've had a chance to come over, do an event, we got rained out 2 times, but we've also had a chance to we've made a lot of good friends here. We've done some charity work for a couple other events, helping some other folks out. And we've kind of, I think we have a better lay of the land now than we did when we first started, and what may work better. Our background is event production, and that's all we do, and we're local, and we love this town. So I think what's probably the best course of action for us is to back up a little bit and do something more along the lines of a concert, but a special concert, and bring in some headliners, that kind of thing, and start there. The Oktoberfest was really something that we really wanted to do, thought it would work, and it's a popular category. However, there are some components that go with it that I don't know that are gonna really work out for us right now.
Well, we started at a concert, what was to be a concert series that we had the Atlantic City Boys at the park in June.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you. I cannot hear you.
Oh, I said we started a concert series, we did the Atlantic City Boys in the park in June, I think it was the beginning of June. So we're thinking going more along those lines as
To
far as
start with,
events to start with.
Yeah, and there's a lot of things that we can do. This is our company profile. If anybody wants to copy this,
Yeah, we've got-
we're glad to give you that. We've got some extra ones with us, but this is a list of the events that we're doing. We're doing over 20 events.
2 of them in Palatka, Florida, we've got 2
Yeah.
big festivals that we do up in Palatka.
These are some of the Grammy Award-winning acts that we work with for the Grand Walkers. Obviously, Lee Greenwood, Ricky Skaggs, Ron Vincent, who we wanted to bring here. We got to bring out that tape, but there's Ron. And so we have access to all these artists. Now, we also are keeping our eyes on people who are coming through here as well. So anybody that's coming from Nashville, going to Orlando or to Miami, that kind of thing. And, those will be kind of last minute things. We'll have like a couple months. So if those work out, they will. But you see the pretty extensive list. We can go to the next slide if you want to, and we'll give you a copy of this. It's just or the same. We just have 3 slides, so it's going to be painless.
No, it did not work, Ernie.
It didn't work?
No,
Okay,
sorry.
we'll go to 3.
No, it did not work
It
either.
didn't work either. Okay, well, basically what it was just telling a little bit about what we're doing. We've done some research too on some things, but we're a female-owned minority company. What we found is there are some benefits to the combination of working together with other partners, some grant opportunities because of that. And so I think that starting with these concerts is really not, we're really not scaling back so much as we've already got the toe on the water, we're sticking the other toe on the water, or the rest of the leg, whatever you want to call it, with our sights on returning to the festivals, because that's really what we do best is our festivals, family events, that kind of thing. So I think that's really where that needs to go.
Mayor, I have a question.
Sure.
Just a clarification. So we have before us a permit request for an Oktoberfest
Yes.
for a specific date in October, which
Yes.
is hard to find.
October 10th, I believe.
Actually, 9th and 10th.
9th and 10th.
Right, okay. So are you amending that request?
Yes.
or
That's what
Okay,
I'd like to do,
That's what
do
he said
something
in the
in
beginning,
lieu
he's
of
throwing a
that.
curveball, so this is his
so
curveball.
what is it that he wants to do? Because we're,
We'll reapply, we'll reapply for that. I didn't want to come and say we're gonna cancel, that kind of thing.
Right.
One biggest show of faith that we really want to do, we want to go for it, and we would like to do that festival at some point in time. But there's some things we have to work out with, like alcohol, that kind of, I mean, we have Oktoberfest with no beer, I mean, it's just a little more complicated, and I know there's ways that we can get that done, but the original plan didn't pan out that way, but we've also, again, gotten to know a lot more folks here, and what will work here. What we're gonna propose, we'll fill out paperwork, but it's something more along the lines of a very popular tribute act, more than likely, the Fleetwood Mac. That's what we really want to do. Is it Disney?
Like a cover band type,
Yeah,
a tribute band.
yeah, these are Disney performers, like the Atlantic City boys. I mean,
Yes.
They're biggest quality and very well known, and I think that's really the next step in that direction. But you know, we're willing to look at some things for next year, at a larger scale, ultimately festival, that kind of thing. So I think we'll be a lot further along, but we've been really enjoying the time that we have spent here.
Well, and we thank you because, and I apologize, I wasn't there for the Atlantic. I heard they were outstanding. I was out
Yeah,
of
it's
town.
great.
I heard that even in spite of the rain, everybody was
Yeah.
in good spirits, and you emceed the Red, White, and Boom for us.
Yeah,
And you did an outstanding job with that, and you helped out with Juneteenth. So
right.
thank you so much for wanting to be part of the community
Oh,
and
yeah.
for believing in these events and wanting to continue, as, like you said, you're just kind of regrouping a little bit.
Well, we also look at the future of the town too. It's to help come out and see some of these things, some of the things that, the goals that you guys have, Joe, and we're back there thinking, man, maybe we need to do this. And so we're kind of rethinking things with ways, we're learning, I guess, let's put it that way, we're learning. And we don't usually get the opportunity to study a market as much as we're getting to do here, so it's really a good thing for us.
So right now, what you're telling us is you want to rescind your application at this
Yes,
time.
but I'd like to possibly hold that date, and what we do will be on that date, and I'll get
Okay,
with.
and that would be up to the city manager?
Yeah, and I'll get with them
Yeah.
right away.
Okay.
Right, that's,
Well, thank you.
all I got, we'll see if anybody's got some questions,
Does anybody have any more questions?
Not a bit, I've got your card, thank you.
thank you.
Got it at Red Light.
Appreciate everybody, thanks
Yes.
for,
Thank you both.
it's hospitable. and,
Thank you for
Crescent
your
City.
investment you're making in Crescent City.
All right,
Thank you.
we'll see you.
Safe travels.
Yes, be safe tomorrow.
All right.
Hopefully you'll have cooler weather.
Harrisonburg, Virginia, looks like they've got the same weather that we got here.
Yeah.
Same weather, yeah. Okay, let's move on to the water tower painting mural discussion and approval.
Yes, and this is a discussion. I don't have anything in front of you to look at. But we have to make a decision that water tower is gonna be painted real soon. They have said that they would put what we want to, what art we want on that tower. Originally, there was a catfish up there that's coming off. Originally, we had some other letters, Crescent City up there. I'm actually proposing that we put City of Crescent City or Historic Crescent City with an established date, and also maybe even our new moniker saying, Light Between the Lakes. Also proposing possibly that we put the bell, if we get permission up there, because that is historic to our city. I don't want to leave the catfish out, but I also don't know how long and that's gonna go with the city. I'd like to put the catfish down on a larger mural underneath the actual tower on the water plant. That would wrap around the water plant, so when people come to enjoy the park, they see that. That's something that I'd like to do that would be very inclusive of all parties. But I think if you look at the historic signs that are, or those historic towers that are around the state, they're very simple. And they have the name of the city and an established date. And that's typically it. Ybor City, Benel, those are just some of the ones that come to my head right away. There's not a bunch of artwork on them. So I wanted the discussion and just wanted some direction.
So does anybody want to make a motion that, as far as the wording?
Well, sure, so I move that we, take the city manager's recommendation to put, historic Crescent City on the top part of the water tower. And I'm assuming that historic would have the appropriate size. And the,
What's appropriate? What do you mean appropriate as
Well-
in comparison to Crescent City? Would
well,
it be
you have to differ, it's not the name of the city, it's
Right.
it's an adjective, so, artwork.
Okay,
And that we find the space on there if we can get permission from the Women's Club, and I have a feeling we can, to have the bell of Crescent City up there, just because it's a beautiful and beloved piece of artwork. And then we don't, so that would be my motion, and I'm stopping there because I don't think we really have to decide what goes on
No, and we're working on murals right now and working with a couple different programs. Bonnie's been reaching out to some of the universities. My intent is to take the home of catfish and still put it here in the city, just in a different spot.
so you have a motion now, you did not include Life Between the Lakes, which is our new branding, so they could do that.
I didn't include that just because it's long, and I think that might, just according, I don't know that that's the place for our slogan. I think we have other places for our slogan, and just keeping it very simple.
Okay.
The name of the town and the artwork.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, so we have a proper motion and a second, do we have any discussion?
I mean, I think the city logo can go on there. Why can't we put our new logo? The seal,
Well,
and I'm not sure why we would take the home of Catfish Festival. It's the most well-known thing that's ever happened in this town. And we're going on 45 years. I don't know why it would end now. I mean, Rotary is still planning to keep doing it.
I understand.
You know, as a Rotarian.
It would be my recommendation would be that you just keep it simple to City of Crescent City, historic Crescent City established, and our logo, and for the catfish and the bell, that possibly you could do that. There's a lot of areas down there that can be painted, that you could possibly do something to that, and then just keep that just to the city.
I forgot the year. Mayor, I have a particular reason why I suggested the
Okay,
bell
what's your
for the
reason?
water tower, because it is a historic water tower. The bell is a very historic and very beloved. It's from the fruit labels, right, which were all beautiful artwork. You know, there are hundreds of fruit labels, and they were done in an era where they were done by actually artists. My concern over putting our logo on the tower is that it's a nice logo for our letterhead and other places, but a local artist who is part of the Historical Society pointed out to me after we adopted this as our logo, that it is machine art. And it does not speak to people. It doesn't look as good enlarged. It doesn't speak to people the same way just a classic piece of artwork does. I'm just, being very honest and wanting to have our water tower have something that when people look at it, it will make a warm statement. I know from long experience, when people see those banners that you have for the Bell of Crescent City, even if they don't know anything about Crescent City and they just walked in the door, they say, where can I get one of those? It's a piece of artwork that appeals to people, and we have a very nice logo, but it's much more complex, and it does not make that singular
Identifier, it's not an identifier, okay.
Yeah,
We
well,
do have two
not as
signs.
emotional.
We do have two signs as well. We have the lake, from the lake view.
Yeah.
And we also have from this side, this
I
view.
think maybe just keeping it simple, but you can do it in the city name and historic Crescent City and incorporated in 1873 or whatever, 1883 is easier instead of doing artwork at all.
I don't know how with the bell, I mean, how would they do that? Would they actually be painting it, or is it going to be a seal?
What they would do, from what I'm being told, is that they would get the document from us in digital file, and then that would be printed out as a stencil, and then they would paint it. That's the only way they would.
Okay. I know like in Tarpon, the Chamber of Commerce, they have a whole wall with a piece of art that you would think that it was actually painted, and it's not. It's actually a wrap.
Right.
And it's been on there for years, and it's held up, so I just didn't know if they would do a wrap or how they would do that.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, well, we currently have a motion in front of us for historic Crescent City established and the bell, and we have a second. Second, huh? Yeah, you seconded it. You seconded it. Do we have any public comment? Do we have any comment on this? Does anybody want to weigh in on it? Yes, ma'am.
I'm not,
But you would come forward.
I'm not, I'm not part of the city
You're
yet,
still a person.
but just kind of looking at it from my travels throughout my time. Kind of like what you have right there with the tree and the crescent moon. And I'm not sure what it is on the sun, but that to me and that stuff gives me warmth and comfort. But I don't know, I mean, I understand about the historic bell and everything, so I mean, it's up to you all, but I see that more as warm and comforting.
And it's a fish, that's.
Normally, like the cities that I've been at, they just have the city name, it's very plain, it's very basic. And stuff. So I mean, whatever y'all decide, I mean, you know your city better than I do, but
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Thank you, we appreciate it.
Oh,
Do we have
actually,
any other comments?
I'm saying, we have the other seal, that's actually the destination seal, the oval one.
Yeah.
That says Life Between the Lakes and has the ribbon behind it, which that would actually be more fitting than the city seal.
Yeah,
How about that?
I mean, that was the reason we did pay for the.
yeah, we paid for so many different
Graphic
renderings
design.
that we could use it,
Yeah.
Please state your name and your address if you
My
will.
name is Georgiana, from Mountain Avenue. I like the city seal, the black and white version. That's just the black outline of that seal. And then it wouldn't have to have all of the color that might be hard to make as big. And you could do it as a wrap and not the whole colors.
I actually like the idea about the other art that we have too, instead of the seal, that really, I like that idea, but you would have to change the motion.
So thank you.
Somebody offer an amendment.
So either we can vote on the current one before us, she can amend hers, or we can take an amendment to hers.
If somebody wants to amend
I
it.
move to amend your motion by striking the bell and replacing it with the destination logo, which is what that oval is called, the Light Between the Lakes.
Do we have a second to this amendment?
I second.
Okay, yes.
Would that be in just the black?
No, I think the color's fine.
I think the color,
Yeah.
I mean, I think we should do everything in teal, but that's.
We might want to consult with the company and see what they say about the color.
Yeah, to see what they say about the color and
They should be able
the
to
price.
reproduce it. Yeah.
So we currently have an amendment to the motion. If you would do a roll call for us, Cleos, on this amendment to the motion.
Yes, ma'am. Commissioner DeVito,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Lori,
Aye.
Mayor Myers.
Aye. Okay, so now we're going to vote on the motion, the amended motion.
Mayor, just have one comment.
Yes.
If we had time, I would really like for us to do at least a Survey Monkey online and ask for public comment about this. I made that suggestion at one of our last meetings, that we get public comment. I just don't like to see us make a decision like this without asking what people think, and doing it.
I could put together a Survey Monkey and do some examples, and we can have
The
people.
problem is what kind of time frame do we have?
I mean, we're looking at getting this completed in this fiscal year.
Yeah, so
They're
we're
starting
looking
in
at
the
that.
next
And
20 days.
then what do we do? I mean, I'm just gonna ask, people, they put us here to make these hard decisions, and I know we want input, but what happens if we have 10 different opinions of what goes up there?
We still have to make a
And
decision.
so,
I'm just saying, I first heard the proposal, I mean, we don't even have a proposal in the packet. I just think that this is a bad way to make decisions about things that are gonna last for a very, very long time. And I'm really not comfortable not asking what people think. I mean, we don't know what they think, and yes, we have to make the final decision, but I feel like we've been very remiss not
Well,
to ask.
and that's my question. Well, I mean, my next question is gonna be, is I think we've kept it, trying to keep it as simple as possible. We know we're not gonna change the city of Crescent City. And we're
Right,
not gonna
exactly.
rebrand it anytime soon. So we've got all that in place. So what else would we be what would we be asking?
We'd be asking, you know, all the things we've discussed here. We could have asked for input 3 weeks ago and, you know, at least given people a choice.
And well, that's up to the commission.
It's too late, you know, if it's too late now, then it's too late, but I really think that's a missed opportunity. And you know.
How long would it take for you, Commissioner Lori, to put something out
I
there?
can do it tonight. I mean, I just have to put some, Rachel, hopefully it will help.
And what would the
Some graphics
deadline be?
together.
What would the deadline be?
I mean, we can do it for a week or two, I mean,
We have other meetings set up this month, so we could,
and then have the results before.
we can have the results. I
So
mean,
what are you gonna consider to be an accurate sample size?
Well, there's no way to tell that. We can just get as much input as possible. I mean, we don't have to say that whatever that's decided, we just need input and see what people think. And people can have the opportunity to have another suggestion if they have a suggestion.
So if 20 out of 250 think something, that's gonna be persuasive to
Well,
you?
that's what I'm asking. So, I mean, I'd put flowers on it. I'd cover the whole thing in flowers. If it was up to me, I'd paint all kinds of flowers, you know? So, I mean, that's just what I'm saying is what are we opening ourselves up to?
But I also would say that we're not always the smartest people in the world. We
No,
don't know
we're
all the
not.
decisions.
But,
I mean.
but we're
doing a
also
survey-
chosen to make these hard decisions.
And I'm fine with making the decision. I've been talking about this for 6 months and thinking about it, so.
Yes, ma'am.
Nancy Taylor, 6 North Summit. I just think y'all should remember the old consistency principle and keep it simple, because this is something that's gonna be seen from far, far away. The detail of the logo will kind of disappear if you're looking at it from the Presbyterian Church, or Baptist Church. So I like this, the city of Crescent City established 18 whatever, you know, and just, you know, not just in black, but maybe, I don't know, some color to that or something, it's just so simple. And really, if you wanted to put something on there that's a classic Crescent City, it would be orange blossoms.
There you go, there's my flowers. Okay, we currently have a motion before us. So, I mean, if somebody, it's.
Okay,
Just vote.
all right.
Oh, mhm.
So my recommendation is gonna be that, this would be my recommendation, is that you get a sample drawing.
Okay.
Okay,
yes, ma'am.
you submit it to the commission
Yes, ma'am.
and let them view it. We are going to, how soon do you think you could get that?
I'll start working on it tomorrow.
Okay. We're going to, I know we'll be meeting on Friday. Right now, we still currently have a special meeting scheduled for Friday.
Yes, ma'am, we did.
In the meantime, could you put something out to, I mean, I still say that we need to have something, we need to have some parameters, that if we're going to put something out, we need to have some parameters. Who knows what all we would get, and then we've got to go through it. So,
I mean, we could put some different options and examples.
oftentimes you give them an option and let them choose A, B, or C.
That's what I'm saying.
Mr. Holmes, do you have any input?
Are you gonna do this, you're gonna do this over a picture on a water tower? What are you gonna do for important decisions? Are you gonna do survey monkey on everything that comes before you?
I agree. I do agree. I'm not in support of it, but I'm one of 4. So
Decision. I mean, here's a decision now.
currently, we have a motion on the table. I want to take care of this motion that we have on the table for, an amended motion that we have on the table. If you would do a roll call for us, please.
Commissioner Moore,
Aye.
Commissioner DeVito,
Nay.
Vice Mayor Lori,
Aye.
Mayor Myers.
Aye.
Okay, so we're not gonna do a lockup, we're just gonna go with what we decided.
We still do a lot of it.
I'm still gonna get a mock-up. and
Yeah,
I'll
just
send
to
it
do a
them.
mock-up, yes.
Okay, well then, I would like, since we're going to get a mock-up, I would like to reconsider my vote. Since I did not know we were gonna get a mock-up.
Okay,
So I would like to vote yay.
okay, thank you. So for the record, Madam Clerk, okay, thank you. Okay, let's move on. Florida government, cybersecurity.
All right, I'm asking approval to fill out the grant paperwork for this. This is a grant that we will not receive funds for this. This grant is actually going to tie us into the state program and protocol, and they will provide us above and beyond service over and above our current security protocols and what we have for software. So I have to have the paperwork turned into this entity by the end of this month. And ready to move forward with this and just want approval for this. This will be for our cybersecurity protection program. Again, over and above what we currently have with our Palo Alto and our firewalls.
Okay, do we have a motion?
I move that we authorize the city manager to apply for the cybersecurity, the Florida Local Cybersecurity Protection Program for fiscal year 27. I think that's where it starts.
Okay, do I have a second?
I second.
Okay, we have a proper motion and a second. Any discussion?
Just clarification, so there's a cost to us
No.
in here somewhere?
There's no cost.
There's no
There's no
problem.
cost to us.
Okay, so we discussed this before.
Right, and there's no pass-throughs.
This is different. This is
Okay.
completely different.
All right.
And I just want to say that I've reviewed this with our city manager, and I know the city of Pomona Park, or the town of Pomona Park last year was the recipient of this grant. And the state actually pays the vendor directly for the service for you for a year, so it'll just be above and beyond what we do now. And there's a lot of options. It gives you all kinds of different things, which all of them are great options to have. It's just having to pay for them. So if the state pays for it, it's great. And this money comes to the federal government, to the state. So it's a wonderful opportunity to take advantage of it. And there's zero cost to us.
Correct.
So we have a proper motion and a second.
Commissioner DeVito,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Lori,
Aye.
Mayor Myers.
Aye. Okay, so approved. And then we're going to move on to the DEP in-kind project approval.
Yes, so as you all know, we've been going round and round with DEP on in-kind projects. They provided information to me in order to come up with a project. And so the project that I have sent in for formal proposal to them is a shoreline habitat restoration project on Lake Stella along our walking path. And it's gonna be going from our Dexter Beach area down to the county program. The purpose of the project is to improve our water quality, enhance the native habitat, and stabilize the eroded shoreline in areas that we're a target once we get in and take a look at it. As you all know, that it's been overgrown and not maintained for several years. And it's something that needs to be taken care of. We are proposing to do restoration once cleared out of native littoral vegetation, and erosion control methods as well. It's gonna align with the FDP's mission to protect our water sources and support Crescent City's long-term environmental and community goals.
And so the,
Okay.
wait,
Wait a minute,
Let
wait a minute.
Commissioner Lori started, so let him start.
I was just saying the erosion control, I know there's several, there's at least one or two outfalls from the storm drains that go out there.
Yes, correct.
And that's, I mean, we've done work on this before, but that's what you're gonna do is to
Clean it up.
clean those up and shore them up. And then,
Yes,
and it will hopefully make it so that you can see the lake again,
correct.
because it has really gotten kind of out of control over there. Okay. I mean, and the point is, this money we set aside, that could be a fine, or we can do an in-kind project.
Yes,
And so I'd much rather do an in-kind project and get some benefit out of it to the city than paying FDEP.
and I have been in contact with FWC and also the St. Johns River Water Management District as well.
Okay.
Commissioner DeVito, your turn.
Yeah, if I could. So if the commission remembers, there were two options that were in our packet at the July meeting, which we went till late and we didn't discuss those. The second option was for stormwater inlet filter upgrade. That would reduce nutrient sediment and trash entering local water bodies. And It's my understanding, city manager, that those were to be just for the Lake Stella outfalls, or they were also to go on Lake Crescent?
Just like Stella.
Just Lake Stella,
Yes.
okay. So I was very excited to see this project, option number 2, and if we had gotten to discuss it, I was going to share that I was very excited about that. If you remember the outfalls that were put in by the St. John's Water Management District, they don't have a lot of filter. What they do is they pour a lot of water from the streets and yards into Lake Stella. There's an increased volume of water, as you know. I live on Lake Stella, and my family has been there for many, many years. I've been swimming and boating and everything else on Lake Stella since I was a baby, which is a long time. So the outfalls are putting more water into the lake, but it's not filtered. And the lake has a problem with weeds that was caused about 20 or 30 years ago, maybe 30, by the Water Management District. They sprayed the hyacinths instead of hand removing them. Until that time, we are a sand lake. We are not supposed to have a muck bottom, and I've discussed this at length with the Water Management District. When the Water Management District sprayed those hyacinths and they sank to the bottom, that gave the opportunity for weeds to grow, just like a fish tank. After that, we used to be very much like Lake Como, very clear sand bottom. We are no longer like that. We have a muck bottom, and on the plants that are growing in the water, are now a variety of algae. We don't have the water quality that we used to have as well. We have pollutants coming in from those inlets in an increased amount that people who swim down at Dexter Beach or who swim at their homes are swimming in.
Okay, option 2 is not on the table at all.
Okay, well, hang on.
Is on the table.
I don't really important for the health of the lake. And what I'm trying to say is, I thought I sent something. I would like the commission to look at the response. They didn't say that option 2 was off the table. And I thought I gave this to the clerk to distribute.
The DEP said that it could potentially work,
Right.
that he needed more details to better understand if some of the deliverables that I was proposing was covered under the MS4 permit. I reached out to Jason Scheffler, to our engineer, and talked to our public works director to see if that was the case. The other reason that I did not bring this forward is because after discussion with my public works director, it would put a significant strain on our already strained public works personnel to maintain the baskets, because you would constantly be cleaning them out, and you would need a specialized crane truck to pull them out once they're filled up from all of our tree canopy debris. And even though it would be very fantastic, it would definitely labor our current labor
Do
situation.
we have that mechanism?
We do
Fill it
not,
out? Okay.
we do not.
Okay, so, but the other problem with option 1 is, I don't understand, some of the things that it says it will do. The measurable effect, as I understand it, is this not true, Mr. Martin, is to improve our water quality. I mean, so option 2 isn't, you said that wasn't workable because it was already covered under the MS4 permit. You said they want a measurable, because I talked to you this
They
morning.
did want a measurable when we're testing the water, if you will. The goal and the key components of option 1 are to remove any of the invasive species that could be in that area, which has grown up tremendously. Planting of native littoral species such as pickleweed, duck, potato, sawthrush, and arrowhead, which would help clean the water as well, and at least help mitigate any runoff going into those areas. The other is the installation of biodegradable core logs, which would go around our outfalls where we're gonna be cleaning, so to make sure that that's also keeping erosion from happening. And educational signage, which we would put up in where our bird viewing area would be, and that's where the educational section would be.
So what you're proposing to do, and I looked at the, I just have some problems with the design of this. For one thing, I don't think you can justify, I don't think you can say that putting in some native plants is going to provide the reduction in nutrient load that those filters would. I mean, I don't think the proposal I think it's purporting to do things that it's actually not going to do. Whatever is deemed to be an invasive plant, and have those been identified?
They're identified, there's a list from the state that's been given. We haven't identified them in our area until we get there because we can't see them until we start clearing and cleaning.
Okay, and are you planning to mow them down? How are,
We plan on doing mechanical and hand operated
okay,
tools to get those out. So there will be some machinery, but it would be light machinery.
And it will all be on our property.
And it'll all be on our property.
yeah, I get that part,
Yes.
but
And by the supervision of the FWC.
But what we're talking about is the conservation property. And what you're talking about is taking out, whether they're invasive or not, but right now, the bushes that you're proposing to take out are home for wildlife, and they also are the buffer between, you know, that bird lookout that we have?
Yes.
Okay. If you take out the entire buffer and you turn that into grass with 6-inch high little tiny plants along the whole lineup, you will eliminate your bird rookery, because the bird rookery needs cover. Animals need cover. They don't nest on the shoreline. They don't even, well, some of them do, but some of the threatened species that nest in the rookery, they will not be there if they don't have cover.
It's on the island.
Yes, and
In
I
the water.
I spoke to the regional wildlife conservation biologist for non-game species.
Mhm.
And he said that basically,
I mean, about this grant?
about making sure with our wildlife, making sure that the wildlife was protected and the birds. He
Right.
said if it's a threatened species, you have to have a 330-foot buffer. So we've got that. We've met that with the rookery.
You're not understanding the point. The birds will not continue to nest there if you don't give a buffer between the populated area and the activity area. Those plants serve a purpose. Taking the plants down from the height they are now to a very low point is going to drive away the wildlife that you have in that area.
That's your opinion.
Well,
I mean, have you spoken to a biologist about that?
okay.
And so, wait a second.
Wait a minute.
Please get the picture. You showed me a picture earlier when I
There you
asked. Where is the picture?
She has a copy.
Yeah.
Who has a copy of the picture? I mean, at that point, there was no foliage right there in front.
It hasn't looked
And you
like that.
could see it, and
A
the
long time.
rookery was not
Right,
impacted.
the rookery had more stuff there at the time.
So let's look at that.
You can see the lake.
Let the
Okay.
commission look at this.
Yeah.
Okay, I spoke to the mayor before this was built. The rookery is reduced.
The mayor, which mayor? Let's be specific.
I don't even remember,
It
but
wasn't this mayor.
I know that.
Okay, I know, I just want to make sure, but you said I spoke to the mayor, and I just want to make sure everybody knows it's not this mayor.
Before this bird
Okay.
viewing stand was built.
Uh-huh.
Okay, the number of birds that nest here has not been stable over the years. It's been reducing. I have been studying the rookery for 64 years. Okay, my grandmother studied the rookery. She brought scientists here from Gainesville who studied the rookery and banded birds. I have documentation that one time this rookery had 1,800 birds nesting there. That was in 1963. I have gone out here almost every summer. Man-made activities have greatly affected it. And what I spoke to the mayor about before they decided to build this is, and this is what people need to understand, and biologist is all well and good, but I'm a very dedicated birder, and I've talked to other birders, and it's just commonly known, wildlife need cover. My point to the mayor when they built this was they needed to be very careful because the presence of people and the absence of the shrubbery, which was there for a long time, would have an adverse impact on the presence of wildlife and the nesting birds, and it has done so. So in other words, I don't think that this project is going to deliver on helping wildlife. I think it needs to go back to the drawing board. And the city manager mentioned to me this morning, maybe we could do a combo, but quite frankly, I am very distressed at if I wish to swim in Lake Stella, I know I'm swimming in more ick that comes off of the roads. I'm swimming in oil, I'm swimming in yard chemicals, and we're increasing the amount of sediment that goes into the lake. At this point, I would rather pay the fine because I really don't think other than, now, will this project clear the view so that if you're walking on the sidewalk, you can see the water? Yes. Will it actually help the presence and the presence of wildlife and the protection of wildlife, which is the purpose of our conservation area? No, I don't think it will. I really don't think it will.
The purpose of this project is to improve water quality,
Yeah,
which
and that's not
which
what the
therefore will
application
help wildlife,
No,
because they all live there. And the
Okay.
water, you just said yourself that the water quality is bad,
yes,
and it
but,
has been bad, but there's two projects. The one that you're talking about
yes.
is gonna have an expensive ongoing cost that we cannot afford, okay?
Well, do
This
we have an
one,
estimate?
Well, no, but I mean, common
they've
sense.
already said, it's, they're
Common
gonna
sense is,
clean them
Okay,
out
you've got
once
manpower.
Okay,
every
well,
several
hang on
weeks.
just a second. What I am saying is that you won't have to worry
I'm gonna,
about the
okay,
water
I'm gonna
quality.
call a point of
Could I
order.
just finish my sentence?
I've let you go on and on and on, and we are running out of time, so.
Well,
Lecturing
we've
us.
run out of
You're
time.
lecturing us, and I don't know why you're lecturing
No,
us.
So
I'm-
I've called point of order, and I would like to have a motion on the
Yeah.
table if someone has a motion on the table.
Commissioner Lori has contradicted me and said something that is not true. You can improve the water quality, but that doesn't really help the wildlife if the overall environment for them causes them to leave. That's the problem.
Thank you.
Okay,
I move that we approve the option one project for Lake Stella.
okay, do I have a second?
Second.
We have a proper motion and a second. Do we have any further discussion? If not, do we have any public comment? Okay, I'm gonna, Madam Clerk, if you would please.
Commissioner Moore,
Aye.
Commissioner DeVito,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Lori,
Aye.
Mayor Myers.
Aye, thank you, thank you. And if you would just make sure, I know the gentleman that I spoke to today, he's sending information over on the wildlife
Yes, ma'am.
and the requirements, and said that he could possibly assist with that too, to make sure that everybody, the marsh rabbits and the birds are protected.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and could we all please have the same information? Because apparently we don't.
I don't have any information. Look what I have. Commissioner DeVito, look what I have.
Post-it notes.
I have Post-it notes. That's what I have. You want these? I'll hand these to
I
you.
don't know where this came from.
And you
I
can
don't
have
want
all
the
my
Post-it
Post-it
notes.
notes.
I
But
don't
that's
want the
all I
Post-it.
have. Nobody has
You have this, and I
information.
didn't have this.
Nobody has information that you don't have. I made a phone call. That was it. And so I've asked him, if you get that information, would you please
I'll
make
share it
sure
with
you
the
share it
commission.
with everyone?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay. With that, let's move on.
Next is our uniform contract approval, and one of our it's so long night, it's 9:41, I'm so sorry. And one of our workshops, we, trying to put budget and workshop together there. In one of our budget workshops, we, talked about our uniform rental. Bonnie, our assistant city manager, did a wonderful job on getting several contractors in here, with the same work to, see what our needs are, price this out. We have a cost now of $129.95. I'm looking for approval to move forward with this uniform service with Cintas. And this will be put into our general fund budget, which I've already accounted for next FY 26-27. And this would not start until October. The reason I'm asking for approval ahead of time is because we need a lead time to get everybody fitted properly and the timeframe for them to come in and take care of that. I told the gentleman that I would move forward with asking approval to sign the contract in this meeting, and he was setting up a meeting next week to come in and start fitting everybody.
Has he looked at the contract?
He has not seen the contract, it's a very basic contract, I will get it over to.
It's a piggyback off the University of Nebraska or something.
Yeah. I believe it's a 5-year contract, there is an out, depending on, but it's tiered on that, and I will run that by Mr. Holmes.
I move that we authorize the city manager and approve the Centos uniform service contract.
Okay, do we have a second?
I said,
We have a proper motion and a second. Do we have discussion? Commissioner DeVito?
Yes, I know the city manager proposed this for the fiscal year 26-27 budget, and that's great. But what this motion to get started is doing is cutting off the ability of the commission to determine when we get to first reading, is there something else that we feel is a higher priority that we might need to spend the $7,000 for? As well, I believe we asked the city manager to provide us with a rollback rate budget. Did we not?
You did. I didn't. You did.
I saw that in a minute.
But yeah, I mean, that was,
So I'm saying, this is,
We have to provide uniforms for our employees.
yes. Have you looked at our uniforms?
Have you seen them?
I mean, honestly, if you looked at our
It's
guys
embarrassing.
out there,
It really is.
my question to the city manager was, how many employees are we providing the uniforms for? And he just said, it's not by the employee. I mean, the original proposal, as I understood it, was that all employees from the city manager on down would be wearing these uniforms.
And including
The staff, anybody that interacts with the public would be wearing uniforms.
Okay,
And it would be polo shirt with city logo. Some staff would have their name and their position or title on that city shirt. And it's not by person, it is by garment that they do it by.
okay.
We're
how many-
covering 90% of the city. There's some city staff that do not interact with the public, that don't want to be part of the program, and they're not accounted for.
Okay, so how many other small towns do this?
I did not make a phone call. I know the city that I came from had that. Public Works had all of their own shirts and the city logo for Public Works. City staff had it as well. So anybody in the administration in City Hall has their name on their shirt, has a city logo on their shirt. It's very professional. It also helps out our staff, so they don't have to worry about their clothing and worry about going out and shopping for clothing, which can be difficult for some. And it's also dry cleaning service, so every single week we're getting clean uniform clothes in here.
everyone's professional.
It's very professional.
and I've gone to other cities and it always is very professional. And I've always said, you know, I wish we had, we don't even have anything, and we've complained about that when we're marching in the parade. We just are wearing our regular clothes. But regardless, we've got to take pride in our employees.
Right.
We have got to where they feel good about what they're doing. And if you look at even the shirts that they're using, if they get a shirt, they are not for today's conditions. I mean, you look at your landscapers that are out there, they have much better shirts that the companies are providing for them. They have sun protection.
Yes.
There are so many things that we are not providing to our employees, but it's a reflection on us. And if we don't take pride in us, ourselves and our employees, then how do we expect them to take pride in themselves?
Correct.
And in fact, too, it's a public safety thing.
Correct.
When you have someone from Crescent City Natural Gas show up to your door, you know it's them because they have a shirt that looks nice, has the logo on it, has their name on it. I mean, and you're letting that person into your house and you know that that's from the city. And Public Works employees, you can identify them and you know who they are and you know that that's who they are. I mean, it's really sad that some of what we have our employees wearing.
And the safety aspect of it too. I mean, we're dealing with extremely hot weather, and these shirts, the new technology allows them to stay cool out in the middle of the day. And that's what we're looking to do.
And you had the employees all try these shirts and now,
All the employees actually were the employees were part of the process with every company that came in to actually look at the clothing and the style of clothing, feel them, look at them. And Cintas was the one, of course, with cost and the product.
What color are they looking to do?
There's multiple colors. We can actually choose multiple, but we're sticking to our color pattern.
But you do realize that we are looking at the passage potentially of Amendment 3.
you can't just stop everything
It
because
is.
of that. I'm
Okay, but we are
I
going
just-
to have, can I finish, please? We are going to have to make choices. We are going to have to think about, is this one of the things that gives the public a poor perception?
No.
I think it might be. I've not gotten very good comments about this. I think our employees.
What do you mean you haven't gotten good comments
I haven't
about
gotten
this?
good comments about it.
From who?
So,
About
from
what?
members of the public
In what
who
way?
saw it on the agenda. They think
That
it's,
said that what? That spending money to give your
It's
employees clothes?
okay,
We have to buy them clothes anyway,
okay. You
And give
can't
them-
argue with people who made a comment
No.
to me.
but
What
you're the
I-
one repeating it, so.
Yes, okay, and I'm
Okay,
repeating it because just, we can make this decision with the other budget decisions. I think that's a more appropriate time. And yes, our employees need safe clothing,
Mhm.
but we don't necessarily need the deluxe version with laundry included. I just think I would rather spend money on staff training and adequate clothes for those who actually work outside, and I think that this is just premature.
We did not go with the deluxe package. We went with a step down from that, and I will say that the reason I'm bringing this up now is because I want to start out the new fiscal year on a solid footing. I want to be different. I want the employees here to have to look and have class with what they're wearing out. They are representing the city 24/7. I want them to be uniform and professional, and that's not just in the field, but that's in-house here at the city hall.
Well, I think our employees have always been professional. I think what they're lacking
okay.
is training.
I'm gonna entertain a motion. I'll entertain a motion at this time.
I move that I already made a motion.
Is there a
Did you-
motion?
Oh, we have a motion, okay, we have a motion, that's right, you seconded it, okay. We have a proper motion. Do we have any public comment? Okay, seeing no one come forward, Madam Clerk, if you would please do a roll call for us.
Commissioner Moore,
Aye.
Commissioner DeVito,
Nay.
Vice Mayor Lori,
Aye.
Mayor Myers.
Aye.
So approved.
Please make sure though, and this is, and we should, that he approves everything in that contract,
100%.
and that you have an out,
Yes, ma'am.
okay? That's very important,
Yes, ma'am.
because we don't have a crystal ball.
No, we don't.
Well, it does, actually, one of the things in the contract says that if your income is reduced, you're allowed to get out. No, I mean, it's, yeah, I've never seen that in the contract, that's why I thought it was kind of funny. Kind of interesting, I mean, it's very.
I think our guys, I'm looking forward to it for our guys. Okay, so let's move on. So we're gonna go back to our minutes that we put at the end of the meeting. Let's go back to, we've got a group of minutes here. There were some, I guess, some changes that Commissioner DeVito made. Did everyone have a chance? Did you have a chance to look at her recommended changes? Do we have a, is this, when did this come in?
At about 3:45.
This afternoon?
Yes.
Okay. Mayor, if I could, we did not approve, there were several sets of minutes that were presented at the July meeting, but we went till 11 o'clock and we deferred approval of the minutes that should have been considered at that meeting to this meeting. So now we have about 8 sets of minutes. For the July meeting, I submitted changes. Well, I actually had some questions. The main concerns I had, besides, I think there was one set of minutes at the July meeting where, I don't know, I believe, 'cause it's hard to remember back that far, I believe maybe we didn't have a roll call. Maybe not. But there were a couple of significant issues for the June 9th CRA workshop. It didn't identify who Catherine Beck was or what she did, and I wrote that in.
Well, first we have the March 16th.
Yeah, we've got the March 16th, and that was more,
That was the
That was
budget.
it, yeah.
Wait, no, wait. March 16th was a budget workshop or a staff?
no, it was a CRA workshop.
But it didn't involve, it was not a commission workshop, it was a staff workshop where they explained the CRAs.
Right.
And so my question was, why do we have minutes to this? It's a staff workshop, why is the commission approving it? And I asked, were there 2 or more commissioners present so that we needed to have minutes? If so, it should show who was there. I just didn't understand.
I was present. I know.
You and Derek are present.
Yep, Derek and I were
So one
both
of you guys
present,
can prove that.
so we can
We weren't there.
approve this one.
Right.
And it's just for the record, it could
Okay.
just, you could do something with it, so it's not, it's just as a record for someone that, if they wanted to know what was presented at it. So then let's move on, we've got a CRA workshop that was on June 9th
Right,
at 10 a.m.
right. And so on page 2, I asked that Catherine Beck be identified, and it described that she was present by Zoom and answered questions from the CRA board members about Main Street organizations and operations in the Crescent City Main Street program. That I noted, that's, okay. I think that was the main
Okay,
issue
we've
that I
got
had there, leaving out Catherine
6
Beck.
minutes, we have 6 minutes,
Okay, well, we have to approve minutes, and so do we need a motion?
I'm gonna need a motion.
Okay, I move that we approve the June 9th CRA workshop minutes with the addition on page 2 that describes Catherine Beck being present and what she did, present by Zoom.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
We have a proper motion and a second, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Okay, so approved. Let's move on, we've got June 11th. Those are the commission meeting minutes.
Right, and Mayor, I don't know about the rest of y'all, what you may have, but I noted that for proclamations, the votes were taken but not recorded. Pages 2 to 4, there were a number of votes. The motions are not written as stated, they're summarized. The commission previously requested that motions be recorded as stated.
Okay, and I mentioned that to Sharita also,
Right.
and so she, that we need to make sure that the motions, so, that the motions are stated, in the minutes.
Right, so they be corrected, and then on
And
page.
she did that from there forward. So from
Okay.
there forward, she has done that.
All right, so on page 3,
Yes.
I noted what should be a clarion with an A, leaves out the A, should be a clarion. And the minutes don't reflect the attorney Holmes and the city manager explained the lawsuit.
Okay, please
Right
make the
there.
change. Please make your recommended change.
So I would like to move, there was no motion, the meeting adjourned at 11:08, there were no motions to extend. So I think those need to be added. So I would say that we should approve the minutes from the regular meeting, June 11th, correcting the name Clarion to a Clarion to include the fact that an explanation of the lawsuit took place, and that the motions to extend, the
I'm
two
not
motions
sure
to
we
extend be
extended that.
included.
I'm not sure we extended that meeting. We extended the July meeting.
It was,
But
it says 11:08.
I know, but I questioned
Oh, you think it's
that.
10:08?
I thought it was,
Oh,
so we're not sure what happened with that, so that needs to be looked at.
I don't know, it's either the time of adjournment's wrong,
well,
or,
she can check it. so.
Yeah,
right,
okay.
so,
I'll second that.
Okay.
Okay, so we have a proper motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, let's move on, because you've got
Aye.
approximately 3 minutes,
Thank you.
and we haven't gotten to anything else.
And I still-
So, does someone want to do a motion to extend
I move that we extend 15 minutes
till 10:15?
till 10:15.
Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
We have a proper motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Okay, let's go on to June 16th.
Okay, I move that we approve the meetings from the budget workshop of June 16th, although
Yes.
Okay, so I have
I'll
a second. We have a proper motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Okay, so move July 8th, 2026, the
This is the,
budget workshop.
yeah, this one doesn't have a roll call on it.
Yeah, that one's not, doesn't have the roll call.
Everything besides that one.
So we need to do the roll call in there.
I move that we approve the July 8 minutes with the addition of the roll call.
Okay. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Okay, so we're gonna move on to July 9th, 2026. These are the regular commission meeting minutes.
Oh, I have a few from this one.
Okay,
The summer, let's see, on page, I think I have page numbers now. On page 3, it says Summit Street Coffee Express. I don't know where the coffee came from.
Right.
Um,
And historic.
What?
The
Yeah, it was in
sign
the
that's
south.
described as historic.
well, it is.
it is,
it's an
it
old-
is, they're
it's an
using the
sign.
old, they're
They're
using the
an
old,
sign. It's not historic, but it's not.
is that, you have that as a Coffee Express, because I asked Sharita about this, and I guess you had it listed as Coffee Express, that's the one at the very far end that we
Summit
did.
Street.
It's just a Summit Street
Right.
Summit
Yeah,
Street
that's the
Express,
first thing.
okay. So we need to take coffee out.
Right,
Okay.
and I would prefer that we take out historic because
Okay,
It's
make it
not
old,
just,
replace old. They're using the old sign.
yes, that's fine, replace historic with old. That's fine.
And then, at the bottom of page 4, it talks about staff advised that the school board which owns the majority of the property affected by the proposed ordinance, which is not correct. They don't own the majority of the property. And then, the amendment which would affect the implementation of the amendment, I don't even understand why it says that. So I would say you need to remove that whole line from after school board to ordinance, and then to opt out and put period right there. I don't know what, it's talking about an amendment and all that stuff, that's just wrong.
Where is that?
That's the bottom of page 4.
Okay.
You got that? Sure, okay. And then that same ordinance though, it says the ordinance received a 3-2 vote, this is at the top of page 5, with Commissioner Burton and DeVito in that position, however, no formal motion was stated before the vote. I'm like, that makes no sense. I think I was the one that moved to approve. We might want to check the.
She did, she checked it several times, and for some reason,
So what happened is there was a, motion to extend right before that.
Uh-huh.
And I think, because that motion was, rescinded and went back and forth, that we thought there was a motion and there wasn't.
Oh,
Yeah, I double checked.
okay.
so, yeah, that was an issue that I brought up with Sharita, that we possibly had to ask Dawn what we need to do with that. Because we voted on it, we approved it,
Yeah.
but we didn't have the proper motion.
And which ordinance was that?
2604, the small scale comp plan amendment.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Awesome.
So you didn't have a motion?
We did have a motion, but we voted on it.
So tell me what the confusion was, there was a motion and it was rescinded?
A motion to extend, and then they rescinded it. And
That's
then,
when they went back and forth, and Commissioner DeVito said she no longer could. And so we went back and forth, everybody went back and forth, do we extend, do we not extend, is everybody too tired, are they not too tired, do we want to go forward? We ended up going forward. And so in the middle of all of that though was this ordinance.
which was the one, this was last
So we
month,
had
it
to
was the
kind of stop
ordinance
in the middle of it.
for the small scale comp amendment.
So,
Including
and
the-
that would be my fault, because obviously I thought I heard that we had a motion and we did not have a motion.
It was all of our fault.
Anyway, we took a vote,
So,
What was the vote, was it?
3-2.
3-2. We
Um,
approved. But I mean, because this is a comp plan amendment,
small scale, right?
yeah.
So obviously y'all thought, you thought you knew what you were voting on.
Yeah.
Right.
we knew what we were voting for, we had discussed it, there was discussion, and that's where the school, even you had said that the school was probably going to opt out,
They did.
and they did.
So who do you have as a second? So you had a, you don't have a motion at all?
No.
No motion, no second, but we got a
Motion, no
vote.
second.
But there was a vote, a roll call.
There was a, yeah, there was a vote.
Well, can we vote on nothing?
Well, we all thought there was a motion.
Well, I think you were thinking you were voting on something. So my question is, when, the chairman called for a vote, was there language where she was stating, basically in some fashion describing what she thought y'all were voting on?
Yes, yes, so after the rigmarole with the extension, she says, I believe something to the effect of, do we have a motion? And then, yes, everybody seems to kind of agree, and then she says, okay, well, let's vote on this. And then I do roll call and we proceed.
On the motion to approve the ordinance.
You know, I think if it's the consensus that you thought you were voting on approval of the ordinance, it was a 3-2 vote. I don't think the technicality that there wasn't a formal motion made probably is fatal, but is that that was the comp plan amendment that now is not moving forward anyway?
Right.
Correct. So in the bottom line, it's not even being brought up at second reading. So I don't know that I spent a lot of time worrying about that. I think that you thought you were voting on a motion, there was confusion, you thought there'd been a motion made for approval, 3 thought you were voting in favor, and 2 thought you were voting against.
And if there's an issue in the future, then we could bring it back up, correct?
Yeah, but right now it's
Okay.
a done deal. I mean, everybody's not being brought back up for second reading.
Do you have
Still did
anything
pull
else?
out.
I don't think so.
Okay, on page 6, city manager performance review, it just has the increase and not the fact that we did the performance review. I think we talked about that, Sharita. So we need to include that his performance review was conducted. Okay, does anybody have anything else?
Oh, rather, consider under the city attorney, it says something about city attorney Don Holmes reported that he filed a motion to set aside default along with a memorandum of law. Is that proper term? What is
It was. Yeah, they had filed a motion for, yes, it was. I filed a motion to set aside the default, which had been entered against the city.
Okay.
And I filed a memorandum of law in support of my motion.
Okay.
And that's accurate.
Thank you.
Okay. And I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor?
Yes, Commissioner Peter?
So on whatever page it is, when we approved resolution number 2026-11, setting the maximum millage rate, isn't it customary to actually put what the maximum, what motion was this? Where we did the maximum millage rate?
Right.
Yes, we don't say what it was. And I find that to be very unusual.
Okay, so let's include it. So we'll just include that. The commission directed the 2 versions will be,
2 revisions.
let's see.
Right.
Resolution number, okay. So make sure that we include that, the maximum knowledge.
So I move that we approve the, July 9th regular commission and CRA meeting minutes with the changes that we mentioned.
Okay, do we have a second? Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay.
I'll say aye, but I also think the name of Inspired Tech is not the name of the company.
Yes, it is.
Is it?
Our old IT company?
Inspired Tech?
Yes. It's Inspired Tech,
Okay,
Inspired Technology.
so be it.
Okay, so July 20th.
Like 16th.
Okay, July 16th, I'm just trying to.
I know, I'm
So
sorry.
July 16th, do we have any?
There's no roll call.
Right.
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I'm
there is.
sorry.
There's
I'm
a roll
sorry.
call. There's a roll call. This
No,
was,
I don't have any problems with this, but I move that we approve the July 16th budget workshop minutes
okay,
as presented.
okay. Do I have a second? Okay, we have a proper motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Okay, let's move on to the July 20th. There were a couple in here, I think.
Just a roll call.
There's the no roll call, and then Commissioner DeVito, I believe, moved that the
Yeah.
Crescent City Women's Civic Association back to school event.
Yeah, I was wondering how you moved.
No,
Through the chair.
I noted that, that's in the list I sent, and as well, if you go up above that where it says Women's Civic Association, it says the remaining balance in the private organizations budget. It's aid to private organizations, not budget, but line item.
The aid to private
Aid to private organizations. Or at
Line
least
item.
aid to private organizations, budget line item, it's just a line item.
Okay. And then there were some name differences in the fire station
Yeah.
for who was in attendance.
John Peacock wasn't there.
No, he wasn't there. Dimmaduke was there. Captain
Right.
Dimmaduke, Captain Pope, and
Right.
Captain Leclerc were there.
They got Joe.
We got all, that's, we verified that. So we have anything else? Otherwise, I'll take,
At the end, under scheduled CRA budget meeting,
Uh-huh.
this is something that the commission also noted that the scheduled form
Right.
1 assistant provided by Charles River, that just needs to be removed. Under, it says the commission also noted the scheduled form 1 assistance right above
You
adjournment.
want to remove that?
Yeah, just remove that. I don't know what we were talking about Charles River.
Well, because he was gonna be there on the 23rd, I think we made that, because this is the last week, so you have until Friday at noon to get your paperwork in.
In
No, I
the
got it.
changes I submitted, I wrote the mayor strike form 1 assistance. The mayor noted that supervisor of elections Charles Overturk will be at City Hall on Thursday, August 23rd to assist anyone who wished to file paperwork to run for city commission seats 1 and 2, which are up for election.
We might just want to make sure that we have something in there that says that that announced that he
There
was
was,
gonna be
yeah,
here.
there was another meeting that you had said
I
that.
think that,
It
yeah,
was
I
at the
think
bottom.
we just wanna make sure
I
so
didn't
that
think you had
it's
repeated
noted
it.
in case somebody says we didn't give ample.
And I mean, there's an ad in the
Notice.
newspaper.
Okay, so I need a motion.
Everybody knows that we're up for reelection.
I need a motion.
I move that we approve the July 20th minutes with the changes that we discussed.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Okay. So moved. We're gonna go to the city manager's report. Do we have, anything on the city manager's report? Everybody good?
I have one question.
Okay.
So the city manager's report included the information about the audit, which the form said would be done by August 31st. But it's my understanding that the audit is supposed to come to us first.
He answered this in the email.
I just want
I
to
don't know how you
clarify
have to
when,
ask things again.
when will they
Okay.
have the opportunity to come to us?
As soon as we get the information.
Okay, but will we,
This is on purpose.
excuse me? That
You
is
too,
rude.
it's-
This is a
It's true.
personal comment.
It's rude what you do.
No,
It was
Okay.
opposite.
Okay.
My question is, aren't we supposed to
Separate y'all.
accept the audit before it goes to the auditor general? Is that the procedure?
Well, if we want to get it there faster. Since you're already complaining about it being late, should we have them send it?
Typically, though, typically,
It doesn't matter.
the audit, you submit the audit, isn't that correct? And
Mm-hmm.
then they come and they give a presentation to us.
Correct.
So yes, and we want to get it there ASAP.
Doesn't
There's
matter.
not, we can't change anything in
Right,
it.
it's not like-
So it doesn't do us any good to review it, because
It's just for
it's
information.
an independent audit and it's
Right.
more informational. They bring to us and give us a report after the fact.
You may respond to findings that the AG's office provides, but
But that's,
it's your audit. I mean, you commissioned the audit, they're gonna provide a report and go from there.
do we have anything else?
I do.
Okay. Commissioner White?
That FLC conference, I did end up getting a room at the hotel at Aaron Elkhorn. Got me a room at the Diplomat. So, and then I got the funds, or the amount refunded for Rachel's fee. So it's just $650. So I have $400 remaining in my budget, but it's gonna cost me $1,470 to go. So I just wanted to know whether I can go.
So it's $1,000 over your budget. And where is that money gonna come from? I've asked that my, that my training, that all of my money goes back towards
Towards the healthcare.
the healthcare.
Yeah, which is what we did.
There's other room.
I would have to take a look at this a little bit further. I didn't know the totals until just now, so I'll have to take a look at this and get back to you on that.
Okay, well, he leaves, I mean, it's for next week.
Okay.
There's
So, you know, and I understand, and I know that you both, you know, when we've talked about this over and over again, that we've got to stay within our budget, we've got to watch our budget. So,
I mean, I didn't intentionally try and go over it. I mean, it's $1,470 to go to the conference,
I know,
minimum.
it's
And that's
expensive, that's
$1,500.
more than, I mean, that's right at our, that's
That's
exactly why I don't go,
$1,500.
exactly why I don't go.
I mean, but, I mean, this year's is really important.
And I'm the president
I'm
of
on three.
the Northeast Florida League of Cities, and so to not go and spend that money, but I think that, you know, I just can't, I couldn't justify it. So,
I'm looking at the
the
numbers now.
commission's
that I'm
gonna have to,
crunch
can you
these.
have it by Friday?
Yes, ma'am,
Can you
I
add
can.
that to the agenda on
Yes.
Friday?
Yes, ma'am, I can.
Okay.
Madam Clerk, can you make sure that gets added to the agenda, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
And-
Steve and I'll take a look at this.
Okay.
Yeah.
And see, because the commission's gonna have to vote to do this, to whatever we're gonna do with this. And thank you, Commissioner Lori, for getting Rachel taken care of, and I figured that they would do that.
Well, they actually overcharged me too for the extra tickets, and then charged for her too. So they're refunding all that, so. Which I
Thank you,
thought
so
was
we'll take
great.
this up on Friday, everybody's in agreement that we'll add this to the agenda on Friday.
Yes, ma'am.
And Mayor, I have one question for the city attorney.
Okay.
Are we on to that part yet, or?
Yes.
Because we have 3 minutes. Just update on pending lawsuit.
So as I think I said last month, they filed a motion for entry of a default judgment. They already had a clerk's default based upon the fact that no answer was timely filed. They filed a motion for entry of default judgment. I had filed a motion for set aside the default and a memorandum of law to accompany it. Neither motion has been called up for hearing. I could call it up for hearing, but at that point, things are gonna start moving, and if they're content to let it lay, then
I'm just saying, the update is there's nothing happening. I'm not suggesting you do anything.
yeah, update is we're at a stalemate. So I would assume that if it's gonna go forward, the courts are fairly lenient in allowing defaults to be set aside where there's some excusable neglect alleged. Hopefully my memorandum, I obtained an affidavit from the mayor, you'll recall, detailing why the confusion with the fact that it was sent to our risk carrier and, you know, it wasn't relayed to me, et cetera, et cetera. So I would believe that the odds are pretty high that if in fact we push both those motions to forward, there's a good possibility the court will grant my motion to set aside the default, allow us to enter an answer on the merits, but then that starts the litigation for real in terms of, you know.
And Mayor, for the commission, I think we need a policy, speaking of policies, of how lawsuits are handled and regular reports to the commission. I think that would help us going forward.
Okay, thank you. I have one I can report on. My ethics hearing is completed to this point. Thank you. We did prevail for attorney's fees for, the administrative law judge found that there was malicious intent. And so they, after much going back and forth, the ethics commission held up his decision, and so we finalized that 2 weeks ago. So that was, I was pleased to get that behind us, hopefully. And with that, so I just gave that report, so you know, and that would be a reimbursement back to FMIT. That would be a reimbursement for attorney's fees back to FMIT. which, represented, me through the insurance policy that we have. I think that's it. Does anybody have anything else? Otherwise, we're gonna see each other on Friday at what time? 10 o'clock?
11 o'clock.
11 o'clock.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, 11 o'clock.
Can I have 1 minute, Mayor?
You've got,
1 minute, that's all I need.
you have 2 minutes.
Okay. Permit renewal status is going to be complete this week. The required visits were done. This is for our wastewater treatment facility.
Okay.
And so that's been taken care of. I was also able to get a hold of FEMA Public Assistant Project Status personnel, and they moved up the ladder to FEMA, directly to FEMA, or I'm sorry, FDEM moved that up to FEMA for us to get the additional $24,000 for our hurricane program that we had, those funds for the docks. The other thing is too, if you'll go in and read your report under the gas department, Dave's laid out a plan. We have a secondary backup plan for his replacement. He is now stating that March of 2027, question mark, is the time frame that he's looking to move out. We are training internally right now. The forecast for hiring the person we were kind of looking at might be outside of what we can afford. And so we have a backup plan. We're working through that backup plan. Other than that, I didn't have any other major items to go over. That's all I need.
I have a quick question about the backup plan. Is that a plan that is approved by FGU? Do they?
It's a plan that they've been informed of with Dave, and this is something that I've given Dave the latitude to move forward with.
Okay.
David Frank feels very confident in this individual who's already here at the city at this time, who also has mid-management experience and experience in gas utility.
Yeah. Okay, it's
I move we
10:15.
adjourn.
We have a proper motion to adjourn. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
So adjourned, 10:15. Thank you all very much.
It's 10:19.
Huh?
That's
Just
wrong.
say it.
It's wrong.
10:19. That's wrong.
I know, Dawn, I know. Wishful thinking. Wishful thinking. Yeah.
When I had earlier, I had a little, when she was getting dressed.